All right, it is 6:00 p.m., November 18th, 2025, and I will call this school board regular meeting to order. As we call this meeting to order, the school board would like to take this moment to respectfully acknowledge that we are residing on the traditional land of the Dene people. Our mission statement: as a community, we create supportive learning environments where all students thrive. We're going to slightly reorder our preliminaries. Rather than the Pledge of Allegiance, we're going to hear music performance from the Lathrop High School Choir. They'll start with the national anthem, I believe. Members of the Lathrop High School Choir will perform for the board under the guidance of Gwendolyn Brazier, choir director.
We'll be doing two songs for you today. The first one is the national anthem, followed by White Winter Hymnal, which was made famous by the Pentatonics later on. And we'll be performing it at our concert on December 9th at West Valley High School with West Valley High School. Now, if you please rise for the singing of the national anthem.
Oh, take see to realize what so proudly we endless wide gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars bright skies o'er the empty walls, where so can be streaming and our blood was still there. Oh, send us as our spell. Oh, the land.
You may be seated.
I was following the eye, 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 was following the pack, all swallowed in their coats, with scarves of red tied round their throats, to keep their little heads from falling in the snow. And I turned round and there you go, and Michael, you fall. Snow and on strawberries in the summertime. I was following the pack, all swallowed in their coats, with scarves of red tied round their throats, to keep their little heads from falling in the snow. And I turned round and there you go, and my Winter, snow, and strawberries in the summertime. I was following the pack, all swallowed in their coats, with scarves tied round their throats to keep their little hands from falling in the snow. And I turned around and there you go, like Michael, you fall, into the bright snow, strawberries in the summertime.
Hey, thank you to the Lathrop High School Choir and to Miss Brazier. All right, Miss Richardson, will you please call the roll?
Miss Charlie is excused. Mr. Wade?
Here.
Colonel Foster is excused. Colonel Campbell?
Here.
Miss Carol
Here.
Hubbard? Sorry, Miss Carol Hubbard. Mr. Dorn?
Here.
Miss Hewitt?
Here.
Miss Maple?
Here.
Mrs. Hull?
Here.
Miss Julian?
Here.
Mr. Burgess?
Here.
Thank you. The board has a quorum.
Thank you. Next on our agenda is the Excellent Educator Award of the Month. Jessica Weber, teacher at Tickassook Brown Elementary, will be recognized as the Excellent Educator of the Month for November 2025. Kathy Push, principal of Tickassook Brown, will make the presentation.
Hi, everyone. It is my distinct honor as the principal of Tickassook Brown to recognize our Excellent Educator of the Month, Jessica Weber. Jessica brings, you can clap for her, she's amazing. Jessica brings 16 years of dedication to our students, 15 at Midnight Sun, and this is her first year with us at Tickassook Brown. I've known Jessica as an outstanding member of the IDEA team for the past 3 years. This award celebrates Jessica's incredible impact. She is a leader in implementing and teaching strategies based in the science of reading and consistently utilizes board-adopted resources to develop deeply engaging lessons for students. Jessica, thank you for being a committed and exceptional educator. Please join me in congratulating Jessica Weber, our Excellent Educator of the Month. Now we get to take everybody's hand.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Push and Ms. Weber. Next on our agenda is the adoption of the agenda. Consent items marked with an asterisk are considered routine items not requiring public discussion by the school board. Unless removed from the consent agenda, asterisk item will be automatically approved when the agenda is adopted. Questions concerning these items should be directed to the administration before the meeting. If the superintendent or a member of the public wishes to have an item removed from the consent agenda, the request must be made to a board member anytime prior to the start of the meeting. The board member has the discretion to accept or deny the request. Only a board member may remove an item from the consent agenda. If an item is removed from the consent agenda, it shall be considered separately as the last item of new business. Asterisk items will then be adopted by one single motion. And before I ask for the motion, I do want to make a note that there was an item removed from our agenda tonight. That was the Two Rivers Charter application. The reason that was removed is because the Two Rivers APC voted to withdraw that application with intent to resubmit. And I appreciate the collaborative nature of our work with Two Rivers APC, and I think I speak for the board when I say we look forward to continuing that collaboration to find a solution that works for everybody involved. And with that, I will take a motion.
Move to adopt the agenda with consent items.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt the agenda with consent items. Ms. Richardson, will you please call the vote?
Colonel Campbell,
Yes.
Mr. Wade,
Yes.
Miss Hewitt,
Yes.
Miss Maple,
Yes.
Mrs. Hull,
Yes.
Miss Julian,
Yes.
Miss Carol Hubbard,
Yes.
Mr. Doran,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried.
Right, the agenda is adopted. Next on the agenda is public comments on reports and non-agenda items. During this section of the agenda, the school board welcomes public comments on non-agenda topics. This is an opportunity for community members to be heard. The board will note the topics, though no official actions will be taken. Topics may be referred to the administration for further research and future potential action. Board members will not respond to comments or questions made by the public. Concerned citizens should first discuss matters with the superintendent or designee. After the superintendent or designee has heard the concerns, they may be brought to the board. Individual students and district personnel may not be discussed in public testimony. Just want to repeat that. Individual students and district personnel may not be discussed in public testimony. Please contact the district office to route concerns about individual students or district personnel through the appropriate channels. Members of the public will be given the opportunity to speak on agenda items at the time the item is introduced for action or discussion. Once the agenda is published, testifiers should email or call the school board office by 4:00 p.m. on the day of the meeting to sign up for public testimony. Students who have signed up in advance or are in the room and wishing to testify will be called upon first, followed by members of the public who have signed up in advance in the order in which they have signed up. If time remains, anyone else in person will be invited to testify until the 1-hour time limit has been reached. A sign-up sheet is available in the boardroom before the start of the meeting for those who have not already signed up in advance. And I want to note that we do have I believe 7 people signed up in advance, and there was 1 person who signed up in the room. So just wanted to make note of that. If you were the first to sign up on the list that was in the room, you're actually number 8 in the queue today. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes each and should provide their first name, spell their last name, and state their area of residence. All right, before I go to my list of folks who have signed up, are there any students in the room who would like to testify tonight? Seeing none, first on my list is Ms. Summer McMillan.
Good evening. It's nice to see you all again. My name is Summer McMillan, McMillan. I am from Two Rivers. I'm the Two Rivers APC Homestead Vice President, but tonight I'm speaking as a parent and a community member. Saturday, our team made the difficult choice to pull our charter application. We did it because we recognized the gaps and we are addressing them immediately. We will resubmit our letter of intent and we will return with a fully compliant charter that reflects the strength and commitment of the Two Rivers community. I need to spend, okay, this is a hard one. I need to speak directly to the broader issue most families in the borough feel. There's a serious lack of trust with the district. And that mistrust is rooted in real lived experiences. When answers are vague, when guidance is inconsistent, and when we hear statements like, it's not administration's job to ensure completed applications come forward, it's solely the APC's responsibility. It sends a message that collaboration is not a priority. Mixed messages only deepen the problem. Comments about pulling best from the Two Rivers building or possibly giving Two Rivers facility back to the borough create massive uncertainties. If that building goes to the borough, then any charter lease from the borough, not the district, that changes the entire financial process and operation of our charter. And it just leaves us with more questions than answers. The inconsistencies don't build trust, it creates confusion, and they make an already challenging process harder than it needs to be. Right now, bridges between the community and district leadership need to be rebuilt. A strong charter in Two Rivers can help restore that trust, but only if the administration chooses partnership. You say you want to put students first. You say you want what's best for the families. Now it's time to show it in actions and not slogans. We're coming back. We are not giving up. And until the Homestead model and Two Rivers, I will continue to be a squeaky wheel. Administration, I'm giving you a chance to prove not just me, but thousands of other parents in this borough that you're willing to work with communities instead of against them. Show us that you're not like an alligator lurking beneath the surface to seize our ideas and concepts and put them in other schools, especially before we get equitable access to education in Two Rivers. We will be back, and we hope and expect partnership and not obstacles. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. McMillan. Next on the list is Caitlin Freeman. Please come to the mic, state your name, spell your last name, state your area of residence. You'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Let me just park my sidekick over here. My name is Caitlin Freeman, Freeman, and I'm from Two Rivers. During this testimony time, I'd like to provide the public with a clear update on our next steps following the withdrawal of our application. Over the next month, we're focused on strengthening every component of our charter to ensure that when we return, we do so with a proposal that fully meets the needs and expectations of the community and the board. We are dedicating this period to completing a full curriculum alignment and addressing every shortcoming identified by the administration in their presentation. This week, we are meeting with the FEA President, Danette Peterson, to confirm that we have all necessary waivers in place. We are also prioritizing the process of securing kitchen equipment quotes so we can confidently provide meals for all students. In addition to this, we have already made several significant updates to our charter application. Our APC rewatched the admin presentation and created a checklist to make this school stronger. Since I last saw you, we have added a contract to our charter, updated our school calendar, refined our bylaws, strengthened our special education and enrichment policies, and created a gifted extension matrix to add to the section regarding supporting gifting students. Reworked our budget, and our curriculum committee has narrowed down our curriculum material selections, and we have finalized those this week. We have also updated our enrollment and lottery policy. To further support transparency and community engagement, we are co-hosting 3 totally free community events to give the public an opportunity to see our proposed location and speak with us directly so that we may answer questions. Our goal is to return with a charter that is stronger, clearer, and fully responsive to the feedback we've received. We encourage the public to submit their intent to enroll as soon as possible and to follow us on Facebook for updates. Thank you for your continued support as we work to make that happen.
Thank you for your testimony. Next on the list is Chelsea Davis.
Hey, my name's Chelsea Davis, Davis, and I'm from Two Rivers. As an ABC member of the Two Rivers Homestead Charter, I originally had a different testimony prepared until a recent decision was made where you will not be voting on our charter application today. While that is disappointing, we felt it was important to take into account the new and long-awaited information now coming forward and how to strengthen our application. First, I want to sincerely thank you all for your time, consideration, and feedback through this entire charter process. We truly hope to continue working together as a team to create a strong framework for the innovative educational model we've presented. A little context in recent history, at last year's vote on school closures, it was suggested, discussed, and decided by multiple board members that were voting to close Two Rivers School in light of and hope of us being able to open up as a charter school. So here we are, trying to do just that. We listened, we stepped up, and we've dedicated countless hours to getting this right. We've worked diligently and respectfully at every step of the process. Where our application may fall short, it's likely because we were unable to obtain direct answers or essential information prior to submission. Because of that, we've been open and willing to start to make any needed adjustments or amendments, and we've already began doing so, as Caitlin stated just previously. It is frustrating to hear now that it is too late that we must pull the application and resubmit, but we're still hopeful. I also want to point out that throughout the process, we've sometimes been led down unclear paths, receiving cryptic emails, outdated resources, or incomplete guidance. Many times we were left without access to the information that we just couldn't obtain. So I'd just like to take note, as we took the proper steps, it was a misunderstanding that our contract was to be created following a passing vote from the board, as stated in our application, TBD pending FNSB SD action. Throughout all this, our intentions have remained positive, and we have shown full respect for the district and the board, even when things have not worked out as we hoped. We understand the challenges and we know the decisions you face aren't easy, but remember we are taking the advice that was offered upon the decision to close our rural school, and we are working diligently to restore access to education in our community in a way that is thoughtful, researched, and by many accounts, innovative and sensible. We ask that you keep all this in mind and support us in moving forward in a timely, collaborative manner. And with that being said, we all know great things do take time. We're not trying to rush the process, but rather be able to trust the process. And by that, I mean trust we will get the guidance and collaboration needed to succeed in the process. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Davis. Do want to remind folks that typically we ask to not clap, so you can do other things to show your support, but I'm not going to be too strict about that. But next on the list is Laura Stimmel.
Good evening. My name is Laura Stimmel, Stimmel, and I'm from North Pole. I'm here to follow up on a serious concern raised more than 2 months ago. The incident is this: a North Pole high school teacher allegedly stated in front of students that she was happy Charlie Kirk is dead, so she doesn't have to hear about him anymore. From the beginning, I've been very clear that this is not just a personnel issue. It is a student safety, climate, and ethics issue. It sends a message to students that celebrating the death of a political figure and expressing open hostility towards certain political viewpoints is acceptable classroom behavior. In my written communication, I specifically cited 3 provisions of the Alaska Teacher Code of Ethics: 10.020B6, which prohibits harassment or discrimination against students based on political beliefs; and prohibits conduct that would encourage a student to develop prejudice on those grounds. B5, which prohibits intentionally exposing a student to unnecessary embarrassment or disparagement. And B1, which prohibits behavior that could reasonably be expected to cause emotional or psychological harm to a student. Students who share similar political beliefs or whose families do could reasonably feel targeted, silenced, or unsafe when a teacher expresses happiness about the death of somebody associated with their views. This is not theoretical for my family. My own child has asked me whether it's safe to share her political views at school and what she would do if another teacher talks in a demeaning way about conservatives. No student should have to wonder if their beliefs make them fair game for mockery and hostility from the adults in charge of their education. After more than 2 months of asking, I finally received a response from the district today. It confirmed that an investigation was initiated in accordance with district procedures and professional standards. However, I was told that the outcome is confidential personnel matter and not subject for disclosure. I want to be very absolutely clear. I'm not asking for confidential disciplinary records. I'm not asking you to publicly disclose any individual employee. What I'm asking, and still have not received, are basic system level answers. Has this incident been evaluated specifically under B1, B5, and B6? Has the district clearly communicated to staff that celebrating anyone's death or expressing political hatred in front of students is not acceptable? And what concrete steps is the district taking at the policy and training level? I want the district and the school board to publicly affirm that celebrating anyone's death or expressing political hatred in front of students is inconsistent with district expectations of the Code of Ethics.
Well, that is time. Thank you for your testimony. Next on the list, we have Jasmine Wicks.
Hello, can you guys hear me? My name is Jasmine Wicks, W-I-C-K-S, and I am from Two Rivers. So I'm here tonight to talk about what comes next for us. Foundationally, not much major is going to change with our charter model or our mission. We want to make the best possible version of it, but we do not want to drag it out. I ask with humility that the district admin and the board help us to expedite the next steps. It's paramount that we honor the excitement and the momentum in our community and in the entire borough. You guys, we have 80 letters of intent now to enroll. I am so excited, but I know that we need to do this right. We need to do it right, we need to do it efficiently, and we need to do it with integrity. We can't take years to do this and watch idly as families move to states with better educational opportunities. I recognize that where you're sitting, this probably looks like a gamble, but fear is the greatest enemy of progress, of growth, and of general well-being. So tonight I ask you for let's all to move forward with open hearts and open eyes. And my APC will continue to work hard. Show us the way, guys, and we will get it done. I invite you to take the next couple of months to not view us as coexisting with a legal burden or a looming financial strain, but rather to view this as the investment that it is. Look at the Homestead Charter with the curiosity you had when you read your very first book that transported you somewhere new. Join me on this adventure. Take a leap of faith. Rediscover the childlike wonder. Every single one of us, as we grew into adults, learned to suppress that. It's what you're supposed to do. We teach our kids it's what you're supposed to do. And then we wonder why they don't like school. Much less why they don't perform well. Let's model that wonder for them. Let's build something worthy of them, and let's make this happen. They're watching, and they don't care if it's procedurally perfect. They just want us not to get so bogged down in chasing perfection that we forget to make it fun. When children talk, it's our job to listen to them as though they are the most magical creatures on this earth, because they are. I, for one, am very excited for this next part. And I'm choosing to go forward and work towards progress, not perfection. And together, I believe we can all choose courage. Together, we can choose to break down barriers, shatter glass ceilings by small steps. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Wicks. Next, we have Adia Cotter.
Good evening. Adia Cotter, Cotter, and I live in the McGrath area. My older son is a senior this year. If you were to ask his teachers about him as a student throughout his public school journey, you'd probably get a variety of answers. I know plenty of them would say he was a great kid, but I would say that too sometimes. They wouldn't be wrong. However, that but has shaped how he has viewed schooling and ultimately learning. Starting around third grade, he developed behavioral issues in the classroom that were pretty disruptive. He had an excellent teacher who helped us figure out what was going on when he struggled with the vocabulary to express what he was feeling or what the problem was. We worked together to help him succeed. As he progressed through his schooling, it was apparent that there were specific supports that he needed, and the behavior was just a symptom of an underlying issue. Teachers dealt with this one of two ways. They either saw him as an individual and worked with him to figure out what to do, or they saw him as a problem and they used whatever discipline they thought was appropriate, hoping to fix the problem. I do not blame anyone for using discipline. It can be a good tool, and behavior makes or breaks a classroom. However, I did quickly learn from this experience that if adults don't understand where he was coming from right off the bat, that we'd have a problem. I'm telling you this because I'm very pleased to see that our district is investing in training and support for teachers to practice safe and civil schools. I'm sure that this is geared toward major discipline problems. However, empowering teachers to create positive, proactive, and caring settings sets up all students for success, not just the ones who are struggling. I believe the educators in my son's school career who had the most success with him were the ones that followed these principles. The analogy used on the program's website, I did a little digging here because I wasn't quite sure what it was, that compares treating behavior like you would a headache is spot on. You treat the intensity of the behavior with the intensity of intervention, and not all headaches require an MRI. I love that analogy. I look forward to hearing Ms. Gillum's presentation tonight. I do also want to add that sometimes when we talk about policies, we need to also talk about the procedure associated with it. We all read the 92-page student behavior handbook that is presented to us at the beginning of the school year, and we see what the expectation is. But I feel like sometimes when I'm working with a school, that it's not clear what the interpretation of that policy is. Sometimes what a school says is appropriate, or well-being, I don't know what that definition is. Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cotter. Next on the list is Brooks Lawler. Welcome, Ms. Lawler.
Hello, I'm Brooks Lawler, Lawler, and I live in Two Rivers. I'm commenting regarding the Two Rivers Charter. First, I want to thank the Two Rivers Charter APC for the tremendous amount of work they have done to develop the Two Rivers Homestead Charter School concept and actionable application. As I was listening to the November 3rd working group meeting, I was very inspired to be within a community where people are so motivated to naturally integrate the environment, community, and education for the benefit of students' learning and future opportunities. Following the example set by the APC, I do not plan to dwell on the previous Two Rivers School, but I feel I should note that for a short time, I was an emergency certified middle school teacher there. While I served in this role, I saw so much ingenuity, creativity, and connection with the land and community from the teachers and students. It completely makes sense that a future educational charter utilizes these existing strengths. Additionally, when working at the school, I felt connected to the broader community and could see it so much larger and more diverse than the houses and stores you see from Chena Hot Springs Road. Listening to the charter working group meeting, I heard about the history of the Two Rivers School, started by homesteaders, and I heard about the future. I heard a group of volunteers working tirelessly to demonstrate the strengths of the Two Rivers community and show what it can offer to the district. I see the charter as a symbiotic relationship between Two Rivers and the school district, where the community is building a plan for the next generation, tapping into bountiful homesteading resources and local expertise to develop a special school that benefits Two Rivers students and the students in the broader district. I think both the community and the children of Two Rivers will have a lot of pride when the charter is developed. I will close with a personal statement about my hopes for the Two Rivers Homestead Charter. I was recently married, and the topic of children is ever present on our minds. In my vision of what the education of a child in Two Rivers would look like, I see the Homestead Charter School. I am so excited about this school, and I could envision raising a child in Two Rivers and be confident they would receive a unique and well-rounded education. If this school did not open, we would seriously have to consider if living in Two Rivers would work for us. Schools build community. Schools attract young families. Schools provide opportunities. As the APC works through the reapplication process and solidifies required agreements and logistics, please support them and approve the charter. Let the community build this school for young families, for the future of our community, and for the broader Fairbanks North Star Borough. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Lawler. Next on my list, I have Gail McBride.
My name is Gail McBride, McBride. I am with Moms for Liberty. My message tonight, I think I will have to somewhat change. I came prepared to read to you from, actually, from this book called Looking for Alaska by John Green. It is one of 9 in our schools, including all 3 of the junior high schools. It's one of 496 graphic books in the North Star Borough School libraries. But we have children present in the audience tonight. And this material is X-rated. And so obviously, I will not read it for their sakes. And also, it was a bit of a dilemma, Mr. Wade, as I pondered tonight's, what I think is necessary now because of the lack of response over years of the district and the school board and the previous school board, not only you, to do something about the graphic material. And I didn't want either to read it in front of you, but now that the younger children are here, I won't be reading it. And I don't know, maybe, I guess you probably can't see that. And maybe that's, for now, that's good. I will pass out to Superintendent Meinert a couple of the pages, and he can distribute them to the board members, and he can either distribute them to you, Mr. Wade, with you and your parents' permission, but that will be up to him. We all know, everyone in this room knows, that when you hear or see sexually explicit material, whether you're young or old, it lodges in your mind, not in a healthy and productive way. And yet the district seems to ignore that. I won't, and I can't, and I won't read this tonight. It is shameful. And it is one, like I said, of 496 books available to our youth by our school district. And I am hoping that this year the library policy will change to prohibit this being distributed to our youth.
Thank you, Ms. McBride. I have one more person signed up, Jessica Harper.
Thank you for allowing me to speak with you today. My name is Jessica Harper, and my last name is Harper. Thank you for your time and allowing us to speak. I am not politically correct, nor do I have the proper standing jargon for a board meeting, but I appreciate that you allow parents and students to speak at your meetings. My brief past, I'm not from Alaska. I'm from the lower 48, where in Utah, where it used to be the biggest and most robust education system at its time. And yet I would like to also comment on some of the things my peers have said, that it was a very difficult place to go to school for a child for me. I actually grew up with two parents who were both teachers. And as a child of parents of teachers, you hear about the administrators a lot, whether it's administrators they work with privately, personally, or even just in the broader spectrum, from the board all the way to their own principals. Whether they were good or bad, I heard all the stories. It made me mistrustful of the district, which is sad because that is not what we should be doing. We should be able to trust and look forward to your advice, your counsel. And I was not lucky to have that kind of growing up. Moving here, I hoped it would be different, but I had heard both positive and very negative stories about my children possibly joining school here at the school district. And it came down to where I decided to homeschool my children. After many years of that, my children begged to go to Two Rivers Elementary School. And I reluctantly, very reluctantly, and most of the people behind me would know how big of an anxiety it was to let them go to school in a public space. And they flourished. They flourished beautifully. I admonished my peers behind me and the teachers and the parents that I grew to love and work with. When the school was threatened closing the year before, I was like, oh, well, we won't worry about putting them in. When it was left open for a year. And I sadly fell in love with Two Rivers Elementary. We live in a place that was by my choice. We are farmers. So we live in a place where going to Weller is not an option for our demographics. It is too far for my children to travel so early in the morning or late at night. They also have mental health challenges with different things like autism, ADHD. We even have some other health issues to where I felt that other schools did not have the ability to provide for them. And I hope you look forward to Two Rivers Charter. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Harper. Assistant's testimony as well. That brings me to the end of the list of folks who have signed up in advance or in the room before the meeting. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to testify tonight? Mr. Ide, come forward.
Yeah, Richard Ide, EIDE, North Pole. Good evening, school board. About 2.5 years ago, unfortunately, a friend's wife suddenly, unexpectedly died, and I was on a front porch, and I was, after a while, I was alone with a former school board member, and he had served several terms, and so no names, but I asked him, so, does it pay? Is there health benefits, 401A, is there anything? And he said, nope. Basically, you're thanked, and they say, maybe we'll see you around, but that's it. And I remembered that and kept it in mind. I'm here just simply, to give a simple message that I appreciate the school board for your time and energy. It is very thankless. For the radio audience, if you're not in the room, the school board sits in front of me, and there's about 10 other school personnel, and they receive health benefits and 401ks and paychecks, and that's good and that's normal and that's as it should be. But the school board doesn't. Instead, there is a shrinking budget statewide, shrinking revenue and challenging budgets, and it's just, it's so difficult, and it's the school board who takes the bulk of the heat. And I realize that, so not only do you not get really rewarded except by some small stipend, but you take a lot of heat, and I'm just acknowledging that. I realize it, I appreciate it, and I just appreciate your time. It's not a glamorous job, and thank you for what you do anyway.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Ide. That's appreciated. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to testify tonight? Please come forward, state your name, spell your last name. You'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Janet Ferris from North Pole, Farris, and I'm also the Fort Wainwright School Liaison Officer. I am here to remind everybody that the Purple Star School application, the initial and renewal, is due on January 23rd. So please, school board, encourage your schools that have not applied yet to apply, and those who are up for renewal to renew. Because you definitely have showed great support for our military, civilians, and the military themselves during this the furlough. We so appreciate your support during that time, and it just shows how much you do support us, and we do appreciate that. So please encourage all of your schools. Be the first school district to have all schools as Purple Star schools. I know you can do it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Ferris. Is there anyone else here today who wants to testify? All right, seeing none, we will close public testimony. All right, next on the agenda is advisory member reports and comments. So we'll ask for who wants to go first here? Colonel Campbell.
No, in it's fitting that I've followed Janet on this, but I do want to say thank you to the district, the schools, and the community during the lapse in appropriations. The school district did a phenomenal job of supporting military-connected families, our government employees, as they missed paychecks and worked through financially how to get kids to school, get them fed, so they can pay attention and advance their education. So whether it was the funding for meals or providing clothing and services, or just a teacher counseling and taking a moment and appreciating a child. Thank you guys for what you did in helping us work through that. So just wanted to say thanks up front to the community and to this team here for what you do. Second is we are still continuing to train and prepare for our large exercise JPMRC in February. So that the teams are out there war fighting, getting after their individual tasks and collective tasks. And so you'll see that continue to ramp up. We'll take a little break for the holidays and get back to it in January. And you'll start seeing us out on the road. I'll give you more of an update as we get closer to that. So when we're out on the road, when parents will be out and can expect that. But that's coming in February. So thank you.
Thank you, Colonel Campbell. Mr. Wade, and before you start, I want to remind you, you'll have another opportunity during my president's report to talk about that conference that we were all at. But please proceed, Mr. Wade.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. It's probably better that I put it all in one for considering how long it is. So I apologize in advance for reading off my phone. It is a lot of material that I want to thoroughly digest into. Good evening. I've been recently busy with a multitude of activities and events. Just like many of my fellow board members here, I wear many different hats on top of serving on the Board of Education for Fairbanks. One such hat I wear is serving as the State Vice President for Alaska Future Farmers of America. On top of my service with FFA, I'm occasionally asked to represent and advocate for other career technical student organizations, CTSOs, around the state like HOSA, Skills USA, BPA, EdRising, and FCCLA. This required representation and advocacy stems from the unfortunate reality that is the state of CTSOs in Alaska and in multiple regions around the country. CTSOs provide students with much more than the competitions or conferences. They offer real, hands-on career training, leadership development, and pathways into industries our state desperately needs. Nationally, students who concentrate in career and technical education graduate at around 94%, compared to the 85% for all students. Some states report even higher outcomes. Georgia reports a 98% graduation rate among pathway completers, and Illinois reports 96%. These are not small margins. These are life-changing differences. I've watched students gain confidence by practicing public speaking, earn industry certifications before they even graduate, and discover passions that lead them into agriculture, healthcare, culinary arts, education, and skilled trades. I myself would not be sitting here right now if it weren't for the skills and lessons that my own CTSO, FFA, taught me. These organizations build communities of motivated, career-minded young people who learn to collaborate, problem solve, and lead. They also help schools meet workforce needs by connecting students directly with employers, apprenticeships, and real-world mentors. Simply put, CTSOs are one of the most effective tools we have to prepare students in Alaska for meaningful futures. But despite their proven impact, CTSOs continue to struggle with limited funding, inconsistent support, and barriers that prevent many students from participating. Many chapters do not have financial resources to allow students to attend leadership conferences or state conventions, opportunities that often determine whether a student stays engaged in school. In states with strong CTE support, graduation rates soar, but without investment, these outcomes are at risk. Advisors who make these programs possible often take on enormous workloads. I know this was my own personal advisor, with little compensation or recognition. To address this, we can work towards a sustainable state-level funding model for chapter operations and student travel, ensure stipends or additional support for CTSO advisors and CTE, and strengthen partnerships with local businesses, industry leaders who rely on these future professionals. Investing in CTSOs isn't just supporting extracurriculars, it's strengthening Alaska's workforce pipeline, expanding opportunities for students in every community, and ensuring that the next generation has the skills, credentials, and confidence to lead. I had the fortunate ability to advocate for CTSOs this past week at the Alaska Association of School Boards Conference, AASB. and I look forward to continuing to do here in the next couple months as I head down to Juneau to advocate for CTE and vocational education funding. While I was at ASAB this past week, I attended YLI, a youth leadership institute which runs in sync with the main conference. YLI is an amazing opportunity and gave me the opportunity to truthfully and confidently speak my mind to rooms full of education leaders from the northern and most southern tips of the state. So often I get incredibly discouraged thinking about the state of education, and I quite often think our more urban schools in Alaska are alone in this push for a greater financial and legislative support when it comes to education and academic opportunities. Conferences like YLI and AASB remind me that we are not only alone, that not only are we not alone in this fight in Alaska, but we stand with nearly every single state in the country, fighting for fair and equal access to educational resources around the nation. And that's why now, more than ever, we must continue to raise our voices, advocate boldly, and stand unwaveringly in our commitment to the institution, which is a free public education for every child in not only our own community, but also around the country. Every person in this district, whether faculty, parent/guardian, student, or general community member, has a responsibility to advocate for the needs of our schools. Our students deserve classrooms that are fully funded, teachers who are supported, and opportunities that match the scale of their potential. It's vital as a community we continue pushing for strong CTE programs, equitable access, and the resources necessary for our students to thrive, whether they are financially, intellectually, or in their personal circumstances, so that every student has a fair chance to grow. As student representative, I represent nearly 11,800 voices according to the district, backgrounds, ideologies, and seats in classrooms, and lived experiences that deserve to be heard at every table where decisions about their education are made. Most importantly, these 11,800 students are my friends, family, and peers. I would be lying to you if I said it wasn't a little intimidating or nerve-wracking at times to fairly represent and inform all these students. I recognize that as a student myself, understanding board decisions, why those decisions are made, and how, is at times confusing. And this confusion leads directly to a clouded reality of what is truly happening on an administrative level. Initially, to combat this lack of information, I decided to take to social media, where I now post a simplified version of the agenda as well as any information relating to vital decisions. Just recently, I made a post describing what a charter is, how they're budgeted for, and what one means for Fairbanks North Star Borough School District. You can find these posts on Instagram at fnsbd.studentrep or on Facebook at Liam Wade, specifically the one with my board portrait as the profile picture, where I make these informational posts mainly for the Fairbanks Alaska Facebook group as well as the agendas. Despite social media having minor impacts and reaching an audience nonetheless, I don't believe that fully educates my peers or allows me to understand the views of all of them. So that I can effectively represent all voices and educate maybe even just a fraction of my peers, I've recently been reaching out to schools across the district asking if I could have the opportunity to come and speak to the students about what is happening. On top of me reaching out, I recently had a wonderful member of the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District staff, Maggie Sampson, contact me about visiting her school and speaking with students. So, this coming Friday, I will be spending my day with Barnett Magnet student leaders discussing a variety of topics, including identity and connection, exploring values and problem solving with group scenarios, building empathy, examining community challenges, crafting actionable solutions, and ultimately learning how to turn their ideas into a clear and compelling testimony to present to community leaders who can help them. I'm beyond grateful to have this opportunity, and it makes me incredibly proud to serve a district and students this year who care so much about their own and their peers' education. I'll close out my report tonight, very long report, by saying if any teachers, staff, students, parents/guardians, or general community members have any questions or concerns, please email me at board-student-rep@k12northstar.org, and I will promptly get back to you. Thank you again for this opportunity. I look forward to the months to come on this board as I proudly represent some of the best this nation has to offer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wade. Apologies, I did not give the board a chance to ask questions to Mr. Campbell, or Colonel Campbell, excuse me. But so at this point, if you have any questions for either Colonel Campbell or Mr. Wade, please raise your hand and we can proceed. Mr. Dorn.
Can I just make an observation?
Certainly.
What we just heard is statement about our students and the efforts that educators put in, that families put in, community members to support them. But most importantly, what you do with your peers and to represent them, but to give an example of how many of our students are really moving forward. So thank you for sharing those perspectives.
Well said, Mr. Doran. Thank you. Anything further from the board? Ms. Julian.
Mr. Wade, I just want to thank you for attending the Association of Alaska School Boards. And I had the pleasure and the honor of sitting at your table during the rapid rounds when we were learning about the CTSOs, and I still have all of the handouts. And I just want to thank you for sharing with me and with board members from across the state this incredible opportunity that builds career and technical education opportunities for students, makes it fun, and engages the students throughout our entire district. It's an opportunity that I think you even stated that you weren't sure that this was an opportunity when you were in North Pole, and then you got involved, and lo and behold, now you're presenting to board members from across the state. And I really see the skills that you've developed, and these CTSO programs are essential. And that's just another asset that I learned that we have in the school district. So thank you for your incredible presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Julian. Any further comments or questions from board members for our advisory members? Okay, seeing none. Next item on the agenda is board committee reports. So board member chairs are given the opportunity to report on the committees they are chairing. Any reports from the board, Mr. Doran?
Just want to make sure the public is aware that the curriculum committee will be meeting this Thursday, 5:30 to 7:30, and it'll be upstairs on the 4th floor. And the focus this year that Teaching and Learning is really zooming in on is the social studies curriculum, and then there are also some CTE updates to make sure that we stay current with industry standards.
Thank you, Mr. Doran. Any further reports? Ms. Julian.
Thank you. We have a budget committee on the 20th of November, so this Thursday. It will be at 6:00 p.m. here in this room. I want to welcome Ms. Carol Hubbard, our new treasurer on the board, joining us on the budget committee. I'm looking forward to her contributions and keeping me on my toes in crunching numbers. I think you excel in that regard. This week, on the 20th of November, the Budget Committee will be preparing a memo that will be presented on the December 4th meeting to the entire board. And that memo will have two things in it: the priorities of what that Budget Committee is hoping that we invest in or keep. And then the second piece is the reductions. So things that should we be facing a budget, or even should we be facing a balanced budget but want to reduce investments in some place to add an investment someplace else, what would be those reductions? So this is a great document to guide the board as we prepare for our budget conversations in the spring. Look forward to seeing everybody on the 20th of November.
Thank you, Ms. Julian. Any other committee reports? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to our next agenda item, which is the President's report. So, I want to report out on the AASB annual conference that the majority of board members were able to attend this week. And before I really get into that conference and what it is, I will describe that context more in a moment, but I wanted to start my report by congratulating the board for winning the Outstanding School Board of the Year award at this year's Alaska Association of School Boards Conference. Thank you. The plaque reads, "The Outstanding School Board of the Year 2025 presented to the Fairbanks North Starborough School District for improving student achievement through effective local governance." The award, there are certain parameters that they look at, ASB looks at when determining who to award, how to award this award, including the board's level of community engagement, the board's level of professional development, the board's demonstrated evidence of leadership as measured against AASB school board standards, participation in state and national activities, and the board's evidence of growth and student achievement. I know this has been a tough year for this board, and we've made a lot of, we've worked extra hard to try and do what's best for this community. And among the successes noted while being awarded this award is developing a strategic planning process that included community members, board members, and district leadership. A new resolution that we adopted, Safe Spaces, Strong Futures, standing with our immigrant school community. The proactive steps that this board took to eliminate $60,000 in student lunch debt for the 2024-25 school year. Active attendance and volunteering at back-to-school events and in schools. And the school board's embrace of a student-focused governance mindset, as well as our comprehensive review of our policy manual, regular reporting as a fundamental aspect of its oversight, of our oversight, and our commitment to transparency and serving on the community on behalf of students. In addition to that, I wanted to add a couple things that I'm particularly proud of. Specifically, improvement in student reading scores and graduation rates, making difficult decisions in a challenging financial environment, decisions that were student-focused, future-focused, and strategic. And our many efforts to engage with the community as we were evaluating those difficult decisions. Perhaps most importantly, though, as was noted in the when we were given the award, is the teamwork that this board has exhibited over the past year and more. Even when things were tough, even when we disagreed, this board has been committed to decorum, respect, self-development, and growth, and working together towards our common goals. And I expect that that will continue with the members we currently have. I would be remiss if I failed to acknowledge that this award belongs equally to our board members who left the board this year, Brandy Hardy and Melissa Burnett. Thank you to both of these former board presidents for the work that they did to grow this board and its members. It's truly appreciated, and they paved a path and set a great example that I can learn from. I hope to do at least as well as them. So what does this mean? What is AASB? AASB is the Alaska Association of School Boards, which is just what it sounds like. It's an association of school boards from around the state. Boards pay membership dues in order to participate. And it's an organization that encourages collaboration and advocacy, or teamwork and democracy, you might say. The conference is typically about 4 days, plus there are AASB board meetings after for those members who are on the AASB board. It's attended by almost every school board and district in the state. Anyone who pays membership dues is invited to attend the conference. So there's superintendents and board members presence, guest speakers and consultants, sponsors as well, and very importantly, students, which is an excellent way for board members to connect with students around the state and really understand the challenges that they're facing and hear from them about what they need. Great opportunity for networking and relationship building, as well as identifying resources that we can use in our school district to deliver the education that we know our students deserve. It includes training sessions, including specific sessions for new board members as well as experienced board members. And there's always a president's workshop, president's training for the school board president. So I went to that and I learned quite a lot. There's also an opportunity for what they call snapshot sessions, where there's small tables. These are usually for resources, so we learn a lot there. It's very short. You can have a lot of different tables you can choose from, and you go around. And that was what Ms. Stulian was referring to. That Mr. Wade actually led one of those tables. So thank you, Mr. Wade. And then it also includes a delegate assembly. And what that means is, the day before the delegate assembly, like-sized districts get together and we discuss common challenges that we're facing and actions that we can take to advocate to the legislature. And then at the delegate assembly the next day, all of the members gather, all of the members who are present gather and vote on resolutions to empower AASB to end their lobbying efforts to the legislature and to get on the same page so districts around the state can agree on messaging and advocacy efforts. So it's a very engaging and interesting conference. It's a great opportunity for professional development of the board to help us really understand what it is we're doing and how to do that effectively. So it's an excellent opportunity to learn more about governance and how all of this works. And I very much appreciate that AASB is out there so that we can all attend and do a better job at our governance. My favorite parts, and I'm just going to touch on things because I'm going to ask board members to speak too, so I won't get into too much detail, but I did want to just hit briefly on my favorite parts. Not trying to steal anyone's thunder. But the trainings that I truly enjoyed included the keynote and the keynote follow-up session on a multi-generational workforce. Very interesting to think about how we can structure our district to really include many generations and make sure that we're getting the best out of everybody, whether they're hired as a teacher or support staff or some other role in the district. I also enjoyed a session where I learned about the Lower Kuskokwim School District's dual language model and how community outreach helped them to introduce that model. And there was an excellent session as well, training session on trauma-engaged schools. ASB has resources to help school boards develop policy that is trauma-engaged and trauma-informed, so we can help to ensure that our staff and students are ready to teach and to learn. I also really enjoyed the snapshot sessions on student recognition for civics and community service. Spirit of Youth is the organization that hosted this table. And it's really interesting. I'd encourage folks to look into it because there are there's 8 categories of awards. You can nominate students for these awards that are not based on academics or athletics. There's a Humanitarian Award, Innovator Award, Lifesaver, Phoenix, Visionary Award, the Dreamer, Role Model, and Discovery Award. So please feel free to look into the Spirit of Youth. And if there's a student that comes to mind when you're reading through those award categories, nominate them for the award. I also enjoyed the roundtable on family engagement. AASB has resources on family engagement. It's a nice, not too thick book, but I'm going to work through it. That's as one of my goals as board president is to improve our family engagement and outreach. So I was happy to see that these resources are available, and I'm excited to look into them further and bring what I learned to this board and the community. Of course, I also enjoyed the fundraiser that takes place every year, the June Nelson Memorial Scholarship Fundraiser. It's an auction. There's a silent auction and a live auction. And, I learned that I have a bit of a problem at these auctions. I get really excited and end up bidding on everything. Don't tell my wife. It's just a lot of fun and a great bonding experience. And what they do with the money that they raise at that auction is they use it for scholarships for students. So $1,500 scholarships. We raised enough this year for, I believe, 8.5-ish scholarships, nine scholarships, Mr. Doran's saying. So appreciate that. It's a lot of fun too. And then the delegate assembly was excellent. It's a great way to understand the issues facing schools and districts around the state. It's a good example of collaborative work getting done from districts all around the state. And it's an excellent example of people coming together and finding common ground for the common good. And it's the spirit of democracy in action. So thank you to AASB staff for putting together an excellent and inspiring conference once again. I look forward to hopefully being back there next year and to engaging in additional trainings and resources that AASB offers. So with that, I would like to ask the board to report out on some highlights of the conference for those of you that were able to attend. So feel free, if you have something to share, to raise your hand, and that includes you, Mr. Wade, if there's anything else that you'd like to share. Ms. Hull.
I'll just go quick. So one of my favorite parts was the delegate assembly, and we have a book that we're given, and it has 144 resolutions. And as President Burgess was saying the day before, we get together with like-sized school districts, and we get to decide which ones, if any, we want to pull for discussion. And there ended up being only 7 that the entirety of all the Alaskan school districts that were there wanted to pull out to discuss. And then there were a couple of that were added in. And that whole process of talking about those 7 and then the other 2, and then making motions and amendments to amendments, lasted 4 hours. And it was actually kind of exciting. And you get to take votes. And I can tell you that our district did not vote the same way every time. And there were different people that voted differently each time. And so it was great to also learn that we can all disagree without being disagreeable. And it was a great way for Ms. Hewitt and I to break the ice. We had Thursday all day together as a whole bunch of newbie board members. So yeah, it was a great conference, and I'm happy to talk to people out of this about more, but I'm sure that there will be other board members that want to bring stuff up. Thank you.
Ms. Julian.
Thank you. I'll report out on one of my favorite presentations that I attended with Ms. Hewitt and Ms. Maple. So apologies if I'm stealing your comments for tonight. It was good. So we attended a session about coalition building, building a team of people around a goal in a community. And so we have right now in the Fairbanks North Star Borough, we are seeing achievements in graduation. We are seeing very big achievements in reading gains. We are working on getting all of our students up on step on math. I think this is a national trend for our entire United States of America, that we are just trailing on math when it comes to other countries, but we are really working on small group interventions around math, and I'm looking forward to seeing those gains. So student achievement is growing, and targeted funding from the state, as well as an increase to the BSA, is really going to help that. And also the very difficult decisions that this board and previous boards have made to prioritize putting money into the classrooms. And one of the things that we discussed were, for the 3 of us in a side huddle during that presentation, was the importance of bringing other voices in, diversity of voices in. when we are approaching our legislators to request certain priorities. And it can't start with funding all the time. It has to start with, let's invest in students so that they can succeed. And it was quite a good session because the three of us came up with, I thought it was a great plan to reach out to some local organizations in town that really are nonpartisan, really kind of look at the health of the borough as a whole. Organizations potentially like the Fairbanks Economic Development Corporation, to put together a group of people and to invite people in on this conversation. So our legislative committee that we will have, it's not the result of what we did during our breakout session, but our legislative committee convenes on the 24th of November, and I think that I'm looking forward to us bringing forward some of those ideas there. And then the other 3 sessions that I attended, I really focused on student health and wellness. There was a lot around how to support student health. Right now, we have seen a significant uptick in student crisis around the lack of food or financial stability in households this fall. And especially in some of our military connected schools when pay was paused for some families. And it was incredible to gain some resources as a board member about what we can do here at the dais to better support students so that they're safe, they're fed, they're ready to learn, their behaviors are addressed, and we can continue on the uptick of good student outcomes. So I'm grateful for the district in prioritizing this, and I look forward to attending next year.
Ms. Maple.
Coming right on the end of Miss Julian's comments, that session that me and Miss Hewitt, Miss Julian got to attend was also led by 2 of the most fierce education advocates in our state, Caroline Storm and Tamara Cruz Rosales from Fairbanks. So that was really cool to have one of our people down, invited down to present on coalition building and how we can grow our advocacy. I also got to attend another session that Dr. Meinert actually presented, and that, like, the opening question I think for the group was it was a lot of school board members in the room and also superintendents, and it was, how do you support your superintendent? And, I had an answer at my small table for that question. And the next question was, how do you support your superintendent supporting principals? And I was like, oh, I don't know how we do that. But then I got to learn about how our district does that using the leader paradigm. Maybe I have it right. And that was a really cool opportunity for me to unexpectedly at AASB of all places get a really deep dive into something really cool that our district is leading the way in. And to see, we kind of exist in this vacuum that we all can connect with each other as school board members, but there's no regular interfacing with other school board members from other districts, just like Dr. Miner's the only superintendent here in town. So seeing, comparisons and seeing what we're doing and how it's different, and also how his colleagues look to him for what he's doing with principals, was a really cool experience. And it made it, just made it a really, unexpectedly, like, full circle experience of going and learning what everybody else is doing and also getting to learn more about what we're doing here at home really well. So I'm really grateful for the opportunity.
Ms. Hewitt.
Yeah, I'd like to also piggyback on that and say that the collaboration session was really a highlight for me, but also I had a wonderful introduction to the roles and responsibilities of a school board member on the first day there with Ms. Hull. And I was able, all the board members were able to hear from students and learn about what's important to them, how school boards can better support them, and about different programs that are available and being implemented in other school districts. And I am really excited to take that and to work with that and build on our family community involvement through our committee. Thanks.
And Mr. Doran.
Thank you. A couple highlights. As was mentioned, the keynote was about generations. And one of the takeaways I had on that, besides that we now currently have 6 generations identified, and it seems you identify a generation after it has happened. So that's a fascinating piece. But they were talking about Gen Z, that stood out to me, born between 96 and 2011. So these are our 20 to 30-year-olds coming into the work labor market and stuff. And our speaker, Jeff Utek, stressed that their vision, what they want, is to change the world. What a wonderful dynamic to have. And he did a follow-up in which he was basically around generation readiness. How do we welcome them into the workforce? How do we build models in which they can be successful? And when we particularly talk about teachers, which is our focus area, how they pass it on to the new generation. And sometimes even in our own families, we know that an older sibling will say, I just don't understand my younger sibling. Generations are evolving all the time. But I thought that was pretty good. And it was a focus on positive productivity across generations. We don't have to look at it as conflict, but looking at how we build upon that. I also went to a school law. Every time there's a school law presentation, I want to know what's going on. What fascinated me about this one is, and my big takeaway, this one was on free speech, and I've gone to a number of free speech presentations. How do we encourage students to think for themselves? What do we do when they disagree with us? Those types of things. And for the first time, they included in their presentation something that I had never seen before. And I want to give kudos to both the lawyers that presented, one from Anchorage, they're both practicing in Anchorage, but one originally from Anchorage, one originally from Fairbanks. Michael Caulfield graduated from Lathrop High School, and Alan Clendaniel graduated from one of the Anchorage high schools, so they're Alaska graduates. But they included a piece in their presentation that said, when students say, we want to protest, you can look at it as a disciplinary opportunity or an educational opportunity. And they actually brought in that whole piece that schools are working to educate students. They're helping students grow and learn civil discourse, if you want, how to present themselves, how to do things constructively and productively. So that was an element, as I said, I've not really seen in that free speech type of presentation as we try and work with students evolving ideas, developing, growing to take on adult responsibilities. The other area that I wanted to talk a little bit about is AI, the artificial intelligence. And I've had a full day training through AASB a couple of years ago when AI was really just popped onto the stage and was taking off, and they were giving us the fast pace look. But this time, the presentations, again by Jeff Utek, was talking about how we actually use AI today and how it will impact our students and us in the future. Okay, AI is not about getting a written product. AI is really about critical thinking. And he described examples that he did it with fourth graders through high school. That one of the things with AI, yes, and there are different versions. ChatGPT was one of the first ones on the market, but there are additional ones now. It is really the prompt. What do you give them? What is the thinking that goes into that? And he stressed that our assessment is more on the prompt than on the output. And that made an observation that was especially interesting to me. He said that AI technology is driving us back to an oral tradition. That is fascinating. How the university is dealing with this today. You can write whatever you want, but then they're doing oral comprehensives, oral tests, giving speeches. They have to then say what they learned. They can use AI to learn stuff, to pull information together, but how do you express it? Do you know it enough to talk about it? And that was a fascinating development that he linked into a fourth grade group here in Alaska that he was working with. And they had to they gave him a challenge to, as students, challenge AI and basically to create an animal that will survive in the Arctic biome. AI came back with different animals, different creatures for every student. What happened is those students got into phenomenal debates as to whether that creature would actually survive in the Arctic environment. They knew what it took. They lived in the Arctic. Would that creature, made up, actually be able to do it? And so the knowledge base that they were bringing to the table, the thinking they were bringing, is all part of critical thinking skills. So I thought that was really significant. It keeps us on our toes to say, oh, no, not that, especially those of us of a certain generation. But what it really opens the doors. And I'll just end with saying that it reminded me what I watch in classrooms so often. When I was a principal, a teacher would send down a student and say, Mr. Doran, you have to come into our classroom. You got to see what we're doing. And how they were connecting, whether it was an author in New York City about a book that they were going to co-write, okay, or other ideas that they came up with, or like this conversation about how AI is pushing our students to use those critical thinking skills and the tools at their fingertips, but the things we want them to be able to take into the future. And I know right now the students that we have are the alpha generation. What's fascinating is, he said, we have no idea exactly when it'll end. What is that grouping going to be, and then who's next? But it was a fascinating, eye-opening, and as others have said, just to be around others from across our state, to hear often stories from the heart, common interests for offering the best for students throughout our state, people talking not only for their own community, but for the whole of our state communities. So appreciate the opportunity that we have to attend something like this, and the time to have my thinking pushed and to come back with some new perspectives.
Thank you, Mr. Doran. Thank you to all the board members for reporting out on your experience at AASB. People might have noticed we didn't all attend the same sessions, and that's because they have multiple sessions going at the same time. So it's really difficult to pick and choose between them, but between the 6 of us that were able to attend, plus Mr. Wade, we covered quite a lot. Mr. Wade, of course, was at the Youth Leadership Institute, and we had a great opportunity at the end of the conference. We always bring together the Youth Leadership Institute and the ASB board members for roundtable discussions with students as well as poster presentations. And that was another thing that I wanted to highlight as a very valuable experience to connect with students. So again, thank you, board, for reporting out. And I want to remind folks that if you do attend additional trainings with AASB or other professional development opportunities, I would very much appreciate if you come prepared to report out on that at the next regular meeting, so that the public can hear of all the great work and that we're doing to continue developing our governance skills. And with that, I will conclude this president's report. Next on the agenda is the superintendent report. So, Dr. Meinert.
All right. Thank you, President Burnett, or Burgess. I'm sorry about that.
It's that BUR. It gets us every time. It's all
Muscle
right.
memory. I apologize.
No worries.
about that. I'm going to talk a little bit about my time in Anchorage. And I attended a couple sessions that weren't mentioned here. And so one of the sessions I attended was a small roundtable quick snapshot session with the University of Alaska Institute of Social and Economic Research. And they're discussing a lot of ongoing research around teacher retention, teacher pay, the cost of doing education within Alaska. And so they shared those policy briefs with superintendents and board members that were at the round table. And so I look forward to digging into those. They joked it was light reading. A lot of them are 100+ pages. So looking forward to getting into those. Also attended a great session on Rooted Ed, which talked about career guides within high schools and ensuring that we're supporting students through career pathways, and then looking at career options after high school. There's a pilot with a couple small school districts within the state that they have a data dashboard specifically geared towards internships, career pathways, CTE classes, and different things like that. So that was pretty interesting to think about what we could do with our data dashboard, since we have an excellent senior analyst on staff that produces those things for us, and we can better share out the information about the career pathways and certifications our students are earning. And then also enjoyed one of the keynote speakers talking about tribal consultation and what that means, and the meaningful ways that districts go about that. Very appreciative of Fairbanks Native Association and the partnership we have with them, and the meaningful consultation we have on a regular basis to support our Alaska Native students and all students within the district. And so I thought that was a excellent keynote provided. And then did want to mention that I was able to participate in a Commonwealth North superintendent panel just prior to AASB. And that was interesting. There were 5 superintendents from around the state, 3 urban superintendents, 2 rural superintendents, talking about both the challenges that districts are facing as well as successes. And so a lot of crossover throughout the state with both challenges and successes. It's great to see graduation rates on the rise in many of the districts. The Alaska Reads Act seems to be working in most districts throughout the state, and attendance is improving in many districts as well. And definitely some common challenges with funding for education. Deferred maintenance was a big topic of conversation, especially in rural Alaska. Challenges with special education, which is something I talked about, as well as the superintendent from Galena. And then just staffing in general has become more of a challenge for districts in Alaska over the last couple of years. And so I believe Commonwealth North is going to make that panel discussion available on YouTube if they haven't done so already. So Mr. Dorn is saying it's up, so you can look for that. And it was a great conversation. And then kind of looping back to Mr. Wade's comments about CTSOs, I just wanted to mention that we do pay advisors for CTSOs and provide some limited funding for CTSOs already in our district, and look forward to continuing the conversation on how we can continue to support those at a greater level, because we know how critical those opportunities are for our students. All right, now to more of my planned remarks. Wanted to highlight last weekend's elementary Native Youth Olympics competition. It was the second annual NYO event that we had within the district, and want to send a huge thank you and shout out to our physical education teachers within the district who really make this happen on a yearly basis. They build this into their units and their classes at our elementary schools, and do local competitions at our elementary schools that lead up to this district-wide competition that our teaching and learning department puts on. We had over 275 student athletes compete this year, and over 1,200 family members came and cheered on our students. And so it was an excellent event showing both the athleticism of our students and just the cultural integration that we have within our schools. And so looking forward to a third annual competition next year. And thanks to Josh Duvall, who put up a bunch of pictures up on Facebook today of the event, did a nice coverage of it. And so if you're interested, if you missed the event and are interested in checking it out, there's great pictures online that documented that event. I want to say a congratulations to the West Valley High School boys swim and dive team. They are state champions this year, and I think we get to honor them at next week's or couple weeks board meeting coming up. But they won their first state title, and it was highlighted by an individual silver medal from Zen Schatzel and bronze from Quentin Rogers. And so it was great to see the West Valley Wolfpack bring home a state title. Want to highlight a community partnership. My last couple of reports have highlighted some amazing partnerships that make our district so rich. And so a huge thank you to Melissa Davis from Sweet Tooth Mobile Dental Hygiene Services. She recently partnered with North Pole Elementary School and provided over 200 K through second grade students free oral screenings. And so what a great service for those students. She was able to, each child brought home a brief report for parents outlining any findings and recognizing areas of strong dental care. So celebrating the great work our students are doing with their dental care, but also pointing out some things if there's issues there. And so just a huge thank you to Melissa for donating her time and her willingness to come help out our North Pole Elementary community. She plans on doing an upper grades dental screening sometime later in the year, so we're looking forward to that. And now conversely, I'd like to highlight Boreal Sun Charter School of partnering with our community. So a huge shout out to our 8th graders at Boreal Sun for volunteering last week at the Fairbanks Community Food Bank for their monthly community service project. During their visit, students packaged food boxes from the USDA's Temporary Emergency Food Assistance Program, and they packed 6 pallets worth of food while they were there. So they were busy, and at this time of year, it's a huge help to have extra hands at the food bank. And so appreciative of that school giving back. A shout out to teacher Susan Kern. This is her 10th year in a row bringing students to the local food bank from our schools to volunteer. And so I just love both the partnerships of our students going out into the community, serving the community, and the community coming in and serving our students. That's what school districts should be all about. And then quick congratulations to the school board. Bobby, I think you said most of it, but this is a great acknowledgement of the hard work that this board has put in over the past year. You've made incredibly difficult decisions on behalf of all students and should definitely be proud of the work that you've done. And thank you for highlighting Melissa Burnett and Brandy Hardy as they were a part of the success of this school board. And then lastly, as we approach the Thanksgiving holiday, just wanted to take a moment to wish everybody a safe and peaceful and restorative break. The season reminds us of the importance of gratitude and definitely makes me reflect on the gratitude I have of serving in this position and serving all the students of our community. So that concludes my report for this evening, and happy to answer any questions for the board.
Thank you, Dr. Meinert. Any questions or comments from the board? Mr. Doran.
Just an added comment here is when you highlighted the Native Youth Olympics at the elementary level, and because it was one of the first teams I got to coach when I moved was out in the bush. Although starting, I knew none of the games or how to do it, so we learned together. But what I wanted to highlight with it is you've talked about partnerships. I believe members from the university community came down to help, and different organizations through JOM, et cetera, from students who have had the experience. I've seen them demonstrating them in the gym classes alongside the gym teachers and helping out there a number of occasions, and the coverage that the News Miner provided. It was great to come back and go over those papers that I hadn't seen while I was gone. And I'm sure other news media probably already, but that was the one I happened to see. But I'm appreciative that you highlighted that and the growth of the participation in those games.
Any other questions or comments from the board? All right, I'll ask one. It's really a request. For that, you said there was a recording of that superintendent's panel, and if you could just share the link with the board when you have a chance, I'd appreciate it. Probably already on your list. And anything else, Mr. Doran?
Sorry to take another comment, but
Go for
if
it.
I might. The Commonwealth North and that presentation was particularly well worth watching. I think it's significant that our superintendent was one of the ones invited to participate in that. And I know you've gotten other recognitions. I mean, these are growing little recognitions that, yes, they speak well to our superintendent and the efforts. We all keep working at things, but it's real important and speaks well for our district as a whole. That and it gives us an opportunity to talk about the things we're striving for and working on. And I really appreciated Mr. Eads' comments tonight. But in terms of time, that effort that goes into, we don't always get everything dotted exactly right, but it's that effort to there. And I would encourage people to listen to that presentation, that discourse. Is not that long, but each of the superintendents did a really nice job in highlighting challenges and successes in our state. So it's well worth getting the various perspectives, rural and large communities, equally. Thank you for taking that time to put into those types of events in our state.
Yeah, I'll echo those sentiments. Thank you, Dr. Meinert, for all the work that you do. All right, seeing nothing else from the board, we will move on. And at this point, I'm going to say let's take a 10-minute recess. Please be back here at 7:58 p.m., board members. Okay, I will bring this meeting back to order. Um, the next item on our agenda is policy item, the second half of Article 6, instruction, BP 6114 and BP 6161.1 through BP 6190, BP standing for board policy, is proposed to be revised and is before the board for first hearing by administration. These will replace policies from our current Chapter 9 curriculum section. So with this, I will turn it over to Ms. Dillard.
Thank you, President Burgess, and welcome new board members. I haven't been in front of you both yet. This will, with the adoption at second reading of this second half of Article 6, we will be fully moved over to the ASB Article 6 model policies. These policies were reviewed and edited with board members in a few different work sessions. I received no additional requests for edits since the last draft that you all have seen. I did have one update regarding a few federal program policies that will be new to our district, specifically multilingual English learner program, Indigenous education program, and the migrant education program. The board had requested that these be reviewed by legal counsel. Our legal counsel confirmed that they present the most current legal guidance and recommend adoption of these policies. And additionally, districts that receive impact aid and Title I funds are required to have the Indigenous Education Program Policy, or a Indigenous Education Program Policy, and the Migrant Education Policy. And with that, I will turn it over to you if you have any questions or comments.
Thank you, Ms. Dillard. Any questions or comments from the board? Mr. Doran.
Okay. Thank you, and thank you for all the work that went into this and capturing our conversations. I just have a couple of clarification questions I want to check. In 6114, it gives a reference to the American Red Cross as one of the public agencies. I'm assuming that's just an example because they're evolving, or ones that come onto the scene of things. I'm thinking of the Alaska Community Foundation, for instance, or other groups that might come to the fore, but they would be welcome.
That's correct. The American Red Cross is listed there because they're generally the larger organization that we
Right.
work with when large crises happen, but certainly other community organizations that are supporting aftermaths of crises would certainly be welcomed.
And also on that one, just the word shall grant versus may or will, is there a reason? I don't have any real issue with one or the other. I was just wondering if there was something as to.
I think it could go either way with that. I mean, I think the board being prescriptive and that will cooperate with other agencies outside of the district is why that shall was there, but I think may would also suffice as well.
Yeah, and I'm not necessarily, that clarification helps me. I don't necessarily see a need for because I think as we cooperate, it might be a building that is not available, but we might offer something else. But it's that.
Absolutely.
We're going to do our best to work with people.
Absolutely.
Yep. Great. Thank you. Okay. I just have a couple. 6161. First, I want to say I really appreciate the changes that were captured and the wording. Again, particularly my comment on there is I like the broadening out towards the end that after number 5 there, the teaching and learning department will guide the review and approval of supplemental materials. I think that gives the latitude I was interested in, that principals are on the front line on that and often know what is needed for their students and would be well used by the by their teachers if a teacher brings forth an idea, but yet still keeps that guidance that's there, particularly when we talk about anything that's on the web or needs technical support. So I appreciated that.
Ms. Carol Hubbard.
I'm sorry. I just my question first of all is about procedure. Are we going to go through these sort of one at a time? Or are we going through a list and then it's somebody else's turn to talk through the list?
I hadn't seen any other hands, but Mr. Doran, so I was allowing him to continue procedurally. If other folks have comments or questions, feel free to get my attention, and we'll get you in the queue.
Okay, so I believe he was on supplemental material, instructional materials. Is that right?
It's he said 6161, but it's the point 1 after. So 6161.1, selection and evaluation of instructional materials.
Okay.
And he was referencing the sentence that's right after number 5 on the second page of that policy.
Which is under supplemental instructional materials. Is that the heading at the top of that?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So I wanted to ask about the supplemental materials. And maybe this is more of a question for you. I was under the impression that the board was supposed to approve supplemental materials. It seems like we voted on supplemental materials before. And so now it says teaching and learning will review and approve. So I was just wondering, where did the change happen and how did that come about?
So that's not a change in policy or procedure. The core instructional materials are adopted as part of the curriculum process by the board. Supplemental materials are additional materials that are not. So the core materials are what you would have seen as part of the curriculum process. And maybe if Mr. Beam or Mr.
Dr. Miner.
Yeah, I think where the confusion might be is the board is required to approve supplemental materials for health and sex ed, but not core curriculum.
Thank you. Understood.
Any other comments or questions from the board? Mr. Doran.
Okay, I think I'm missing a page here. 6161.3 has a reference in it, and I believe it's in another policy to classic literary works. And I just wanted to get an understanding of what classic is. My assumption is that is not just old literary works, but there are also, it's a more a less time-bound definition of what might be considered a classic literary work.
I thank you. I believe, and Ms. Dillard can help me with this, but I believe that that's leftover language from the way it was written before. In my mind, typical classic would be Huck Finn, Fahrenheit 451, what all the ones that we would consider classics. If your question is, would it not be time bound? You would think over time, as time passes, the idea of classics would expand in time also. Yeah.
Right. Okay. And that addresses my concern there, or answers my question. And I just have two quick ones.
Please continue, Mr. Dorn.
61643, I believe it's the mental health one. And just, I think it's captured here well within our conversation that where our staff is not actually making recommendations, but there may be discussions between school staff and parents and I think it's referenced there well about offering resources within the community or just providing information, but making that distinction.
That's correct. I mean, our teachers and our educators are critical folks in a student support team. And so we want to make sure to give the latitude to have those kind of conversations with families and providers.
Thank you. I just wanted to yes, you've handled that or answered that well for me, and that cooperation between parent and educators, and leaving the various professionals to make the actual recommendations based on their area of expertise. Okay. And then
if I can add just real quick that right under that, you'll see the cross-reference to 5141 healthcare and emergencies. And so that's one that's coming up soon where we'll look at that a little more in depth, that process.
Thank you. Yes, that's helpful. Okay. And then my last one was 6182, correspondence study program. The very last paragraph, BEST shall facilitate standardized testing. And is that the similar standard that we use for all the schools wording? And the reason I ask is because we know the testing does give us some information, data, and accountability, but we know that correspondence schools, and BEST included, has the lowest or one of the lowest percentage participation rates in standardized testing. Statewide, it's less than 15%. So I want to have a sense that we're giving the same onus in terms of our neighborhood schools as our correspondence schools, knowing that parents have the option to opt out their student.
Yeah, I think you captured it well, and we had that conversation at the work session that we want to do everything we can to encourage our correspondence students to test at similar levels as our brick and mortar students. And so that expectation is clear in terms of we're very hopeful that all of our correspondence students come and assess frequently so they know where their students are at academically and what potential interventions or supports they may need to provide their student and child.
So that's comparable wording for our policy regarding neighborhood schools.
I believe it is.
Yes, and this was an additional request to this policy from the board, and we looked at the language in standardized testing and other policies to match it.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And again, thank you for all the work that you've done in terms of capturing all the various conversations and such on this.
Ms. Carol Hubbard.
So I'd like to look at 6163.1, the library policy, please.
Okay.
I guess what I'd like to see is this is a second reading or this is a first reading?
We're on first
Okay,
reading.
Thank you. So what I'd like to see somehow is to specifically state that there should be no sexually explicit material in our libraries, period. Whether we're talking elementary age, middle school, or high school age. I don't see any educational value in sexually explicit material, and I don't see any limitation on this policy for that kind of material. And so I feel that because we've been told over and over that we have sexually explicit material up to something like 500 books in our libraries, that I think it's important for us to address that. So now we have a policy in place that we can go back to and say, okay, we need to align what we have in our libraries with our policy. So, and I don't have wording for you. Maybe I didn't look at anybody else's, any other school district wording or anything like that. So I'm not exactly sure where to go from here.
I think for my part, I would say that there is an administrative regulation that's attached to this policy that has a lengthy explanation of how library materials are chosen and align with the law. But beyond that, I think that specific request is something that I would need to take back to administration to discuss further as far as how to respond, and then hearing more from the board about what you would want to see in the policy.
Dr. Miner?
Yeah, we would certainly need direction from the entire board and thinking on where you would like us to go in order to prepare a different policy that's listed. I think Ms. Dillard captured it correctly in terms of the majority of the description is in the administrative regulation in terms of how materials are selected, as well as the robust challenge process for selected materials. It also discusses parental rights in terms of their ability to dictate and kind of guide what their students have access to in our libraries. And so parents do have the full rights and responsibilities. If they don't want their student to check books out from our library, they certainly have that right. They can also restrict certain books that they don't want their children to have access to. So wanted to make sure you were aware of that availability for families as well as the listening public.
And just quickly for reference, that because of the renumbering that's happening, that administrative regulation lives now in 921.4.
Ms. Maple?
I was actually had something that I was going to share in my closing comments, but I think it's more relevant now. In public testimony, we heard about a specific book in our libraries that was grouped in with this this concept of having inappropriate, pornographic, sexually explicit books in our library. And the author of that book, John Green, responded to it saying that what's upsetting to him is that we have professionals who we've trained and who we pay to decide how to teach and how to curate a collection in a library, and those people are teachers and librarians. And I know that when these policies come before us, that a lot of the work the administration does behind the scenes incorporates those professionals. And so I trust our policies as they're written, this policy in particular as it's written, and the AR that goes along with it, to lean on that very specific piece of information that we have professionals, many sitting over to my right, that have been educated in how to make intentional decisions about what materials should be in front of which audiences, what should be taught in a classroom, what should just be available for checkout, and what shouldn't be available in either of those places. And I respect their expertise in those areas and wouldn't want to see it change.
Anything else from the board? Mr. Dorn?
I am very comfortable with our wording as it is, and I know that we have We have procedures as they've been referenced. Some of the terminology is around pornography, for instance, has legal definitions, etc. That I know that our staff and the staff in school districts across the nation follow and they're aware of. I think also that's would be a very broad, undefined addition of words. I'm thinking the many years that I taught Shakespeare, and for instance, that would perhaps really rule out doing some of the classics. But I think it's also the piece that we have. There's judicious consideration in the materials in our libraries. Our librarians and library associates receive training. I've seen that firsthand. They provide guidance to students and families and work very closely with them, as Dr. Minor mentioned, when parents may have concerns. And that our instructors are work with families and students as they go through this. And I think especially as we look at the exposures on many fronts in our homes, in our living rooms, students are exposed to a lot of different things, and our libraries and our schools are a safe place to have those conversations. It's also a safe place for parents to come and provide and learn about and gain guidance. So I would not, I'm comfortable where our wording is at this point.
Ms. Carol Hubbard.
Well, I'm not comfortable at all with the wording because clearly we have a problem. If we're relying on an administrative policy instead of a board policy, the administrative policy then must be vague because we have continually seeing reports of books that are inappropriate, yet they're still there. So when do we get to draw the line? And why is it that we have to have the line so far over that it's no longer protective, but it's submissive, or it's admissive, or what's the right word? It allows for all of this, but it doesn't protect. If I say to you, Statue of Liberty, don't think about that. You can't get it out of your head because I just said the word. So when we have books in a library that have explicit materials in them, you can't not see those things. You can't unsee them once you've seen them. And I get it that parents have a right to decide, but not all parents are engaged. There are fathers who are high level, high functioning attorneys who are super successful, who don't have any time on their plate to look at the books that their children are checking out. So it's not like it's just some deadbeat dad that doesn't get it. It's anybody. And I don't think that it's like doing an opt-out instead of an opt-in. Like, we should be having them opt in instead of, opt out. Most parents don't even see the paperwork. So how can they opt out if they don't even know it's available or if they don't even know it's happening? So I don't know that I ever shared my library books with my mom and dad. I also know that back in the 80s, there were no library books like this that I'm aware of that were in the schools that had materials that were so that they were just controversial. And I just think that if the parents of our district that have children, I think the majority of the parents in our school district want to have more parameters on this subject matter. So I would like to see something put in place. We've got rules for internet. There's rules for the supplementals, there's rules for all these things, but yet the library just seems to be like a wide open, according to this board policy, there's kind of just carte blanche. So I'd like to see it tightened up.
Ms. Hull.
I'd like to ask a question to the administration through the chair. Dr. Meinert, for parents that are listening right now, and if they did have a book that they wanted to challenge, what would that process look like?
Yeah, they can take a look at AR 921.4, and that administration or administrative regulation walks them through what that challenge process might look like. It starts with an informal conversation with their building principal and then progresses from there. And so really we're encouraging parents to have those two-way communications with their principals if they want to set parameters for the library for their children, or if they're concerned by a particular book or piece of material that their student has access to.
Ms. Julian.
Thank you so much. I just want to, this one here, so with library media, we're looking at board policy 6163.1. And I'm going to mirror a little bit of what Mr. Dorn said, but I'm comfortable with where it stands right now because in our final part of that policy, we have a very strong parental rights and guardians part of our policy, which is that they have the right to inability to access their students' library records and restricted identified library materials and services for their students. Mat-Su School District, so this is this is a school district in the state of Alaska that really went down this road of limiting library materials. In 2020, their board voted first 5-2 to remove 5 books from the 11th grade class, and that was actually from curriculum. And then they went into the libraries, and in April of 2023, the board ordered the removal of 56 books from all the libraries. In August of 2024, a court order required the district to return all but 7 of the 56 books to library shelves. I know that our school district has a challenge policy in place that supports parental and guardian rights. As a parent myself, I'm concerned about sexually explicit material. However, the number one way that students and children are experiencing sexually explicit materials is devices that have open internet access. It has been shocking to me as a parent with young children to see the amount of bombardment that they have that are sexually explicit on an ability to have on open devices that have the internet. That's where the threat is when it comes to our children. And when we talk about parents who might not be engaged in looking at what their children are checking out the library, those same students very well may likely also have open access and unsupervised access on the internet. So for those that are concerned, I think that is our largest threat, not necessarily in library books. And of course, this is supported by the Justice Department, the U.S. State Department, and the National Institute of Health. I also, growing up in high school when I was in, I remember reading a book that was from our library that helped me understand an experience that a friend of mine had had in a way that I didn't quite understand until I read that book. And it was sexually explicit. However, it helped me understand how to support that person and their lived experience. And I believe that we need to give young people access and not protect them from life's complex and challenging issues, because they are experiencing complex and challenging issues all the time. And the library can be a place where allies or even students who are experiencing things on their own have access to stories that help them, that help them cope, that help them be a better person, that help them also identify negative things where they themselves could make positive steps to avoid those. So I think that, and of course, all of this would be age appropriate. Of course, the word age appropriate needs to be there. So I do trust the process. I also caution us from going down a road that the Mat-Su School District went down that took 4 years, ended up in a lawsuit, was an incredible amount of time and focus. And I would like us to, I'm going to try to remain focused on strengthening our schools and our educational outcomes for all students.
Ms. Hewitt.
I also wanted to say that I'm supportive of the policy as it's written.
Right. I'll also chime in. I do support this policy as it is written. I want to note that the word inappropriate is really a subjective term. And I think we have a policy that allows parents and families to determine for themselves what is inappropriate and to restrict access for their students. And I appreciate that. I think that is in a court that follows the law. It follows common sense. I also want to note the author of Looking for Alaska. Part of what he has said in response to his book being targeted is text is meaningless without context. What usually happens with Looking for Alaska is that a parent chooses one page of the novel to send to an administrator, and then the book gets banned without anyone who objects to it having read more than that one particular page. In context, the novel is arguing really in a rather pointed way that emotionally intimate kissing can be a whole lot more fulfilling than emotionally empty oral sex. So this is, I think, a poignant response. The text, the context matters. Context matters. And a lot of times these books that are being targeted are not at all glorifying the sex or encouraging it. They are actually pointing out its pitfalls in many cases. They can be emotional. I recently, in response to some testimony we heard here in the boardroom, I purchased and read a book called The Bluest Eye. This is by a Nobel Award-winning author. The Bluest Eye, I was fortunate to actually get a copy of it that had an afterword by the author, kind of as an anniversary of its publication. And I'll say that was a hard read. That book had a lot of difficult passages that were very emotional and depicted traumatic events, a variety of them. But what it really did, and what the author said she was trying to do with that book, was highlight that those types of traumatic events lead to more harm. They lead to cyclical violence, lead to trauma causing people to cause more harm. And it was really about looking at and humanizing people, understanding the patterns of violence, and and internalized racism and systemic racism that lead to additional harm and in this cyclical manner. And so it was really pointing out a phenomenon that is present in our society and has been for a very long time, which I think is the first step to empathizing and understanding those types of problems in our society so that they can be better addressed, so that people can think about solutions. So I think it's very important to take books with this type of material as a whole, rather than focusing on the fact that there are a few pages or sometimes several pages that have content that is challenging or difficult. Context matters. And so that's why I think that we should err on the side of access rather than restriction, because these stories matter, even if they are difficult. And we have students that yes, they are in high school, teenagers, but they are growing into this world, growing into adults, and avoiding these types of avoiding exposure to stories that depict real life challenges is asking our students to turn away, to not see it, and I don't think it prepares them for the reality of the world, to restrict them from access to these types of stories. Anything further from the board? Okay, seeing none. Anything further from administration? All right, board, I will take a motion at this time.
Moved. Oh.
Go ahead.
Move to approve first reading, public hearing, and advancement to a second reading and vote of Article 6, instruction, Board Policy 6114 and Board Policy 6161.1 through Board Policy 6190.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Doran, seconded by Ms. Hewitt. And at this point, I will open up public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to testify on this item? Ms. McBride, please come forward, state your name, spell your last name, your area of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Gail McBride, excuse me, McBride from Fairbanks. And of course, you all know that I also would like to see our children protected. The studies are abundant about what pornographic material does to people. It is an epidemic in our nation. It is unhealthy. It is as addictive as heroin. And though authors all have some grand idea that they're trying to convey, now why they have to molest children in a graphic manner, as in The Bluest Eye, isn't necessary to teach about racism. Every aspect here, though there's a policy, I've spoken on that before. The policy is completely ineffective. How many parents know the titles of the 496 books that are changing regularly and what is in them? That is unacceptable. We are a school, yes. Most of them, as Ms. Dorn has said, are accessing it on, our goal is not to protect all children. This is a school. There should be a standard here. That's what I'm advocating for, is a standard. Yes, they can get it at home. They can get it on their, all their devices, certainly. Or their parents can go to Amazon and buy it for them. Or their parents can subscribe to as many porn sites as they want. That's up to the parent. We're a school. We should be offering children what is good, what is healthy, what is helpful, not exposing them to the most basest and the most vulgar ways of life. These are teenagers. They have access to it. That should not be our standard. Our standard should be to educate. And if we must have a policy, which the policy is 100% ineffective, it's a joke, I've addressed it before, but at least you could change the policy to be, if a parent, you can have your 500 porn books if you want, and then have a policy where any parent that wants their kid to have access to the porn, they can come in and they can sign the waiver for that. But instead, it's done in a way that is completely ineffective, and there are vulnerable children, vulnerable, who are affected by this. Maybe kids from good families that have all this, we can help them go through these challenging emotional passages. Not all children have that. And I'm advocating for those children, that they not be exposed to this.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else who wants, please come forward, state your name, spelling your last name, and state your area of residence. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Barbara Tyndall, Tyndall, and I am speaking for myself, not for any group or organization. And I just have to reiterate what Gail came up and said, that schools are supposed to be exalted, uplifted. They are one of the highest levels that we have tried to bring our kids to. We're trying to raise up children who are not corrupted by these things, and these are corruptible. You call it inappropriate, I call it obscene, and devastating for people. I can remember movies I saw, and I lived in an era when it was pretty tame compared to now, that absolutely just rocked me, And I can think of, and I'm talking about maybe even violence mostly. I can remember just just creepy things, and books. And I don't know, it's astounding to me that we say, oh, well, they can see it on the internet. You're just going to get that anyway. If I was doing that as a parent, well, the neighbors are doing it, so they let their kids do that. They let their kids watch that. That is not it. The responsibility is here. My home is my responsibility, and this school is your responsibility. This what's happening, and there are parents who are outraged by this. There's many of them, and many times they don't know what's going on. They're too busy. They don't have time to come in and look at all this stuff. And quite frankly, it is onerous, really onerous to plow through it. And so they don't, and so they're pulling their kids out. You're losing kids because of this, because people want to protect their children. That's what's happening. You know that. They're going to homeschools, they're going to charters, they're doing something else because this is a stone wall that nobody can get around. And I just think you need to just take it to heart and start thinking more deeply that you protect everybody, not just a few. You need to protect everybody. And even those kids who seem to have unlimited access, they too need to be protected. They don't need any more. And so anyway, that's all I have to say, but I'm just saying it's your responsibility to protect children, and some of them are being greatly harmed. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to testify? Please come forward, state your name, spelling your last name, state your area of residence. You'll have 3 minutes for testimony.
Hello again, board. My name is Laura Stimmel, Stimmel. I'm from North Pole. I came here for a whole different reason that you all heard. As a parent of this school of going on 3 years now, I am absolutely disgusted that this book that I just saw, these excerpts that I just saw given to me from Thankfully Gail, are in my daughter's school. I've trusted you as a board to protect my child like I do at home, and no Miss Morgan, I'm sorry, I don't know your last name. I do not allow my child all the access to the internet because I believe that some of these things that are in this book are true to a man and a wife, and it should be within a marriage. And that's what I teach as a parent. It's not your job to teach my child and to give her access to this. And for you to say and stand on yet again, oh, well, you have the right to go in and find these 496 books in our thousands of books in the library. And yeah, you can opt her out of them. That is insane. You expect every parent in this school who have jobs, even the ones who don't, they have children, they have lives. We entrust our children to you every single day, 8+ hours a day. This is ridiculous. And Mr. Wade, I will not read these, but I, as a mom, would never want you to learn about oral explicit from a book in a library. That is what your parents should tell you. That is what you should learn within your marriage. And it is absolutely despicable that you are sitting up here and allowing this in the schools. It's disgusting. I will find those 496 books, and I will be putting it all over so that the parents I know who also don't want their kids reading this you'll hear from them too. Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to provide testimony? Mr. McNeil, please come forward. Please state your name, spelling your last name, state your area of residence. You'll have 3 minutes for testimony.
Reuben McNeil, McNeill. Well, I didn't come here to testify today, guys, but this is a great topic. I showed up on the right day. I'm listening to what you guys were, saying a few minutes ago, and I'm thinking, I don't have to wonder why 529 or whatever the number is students were pulled from school this last year. Seems to me like one contributing factor. But I don't have kids in the school district, but it concerns me that we have these books identified. Seems like the board is kind of soft sponsoring these books by your approval of these administrative rules where the parent can engage and file a complaint, have access to these books removed from their child's, reach. But I'm just thinking back to when I went to school, I could walk around the library and search out a book in the old card catalog and go sit in a chair and read it. So when you say that a child may not be able to check a book out, it seems to me like they can still access the book if the book is on the premises. So my thing is that if we've identified these books, there is pornographic material in my estimation, then it seems to me like if these books are so admired and as Mr. Burgess said, are therapy for these students to read, so they can understand trauma and all of that, seems like these books can be removed, put in a section, and then they can truly be, separated from students whose parents do say, no, I will expose my child to what I feel is appropriate. If these books are accessible and kids are kids, put the books in a section and then monitor that section for access by students that have permission to access that. There's ways to do this that can make everybody happy. The book doesn't have to be pulled. There's ways to do this, but to just say the administrative language is appropriate and that parents are not losing their control is just not reality. It's not realistic. I read the stuff that Gail had. It's highly inappropriate. It may be true story about occurring, happenings in people's lives, but there's just some things that these young kids should not access or not have access to. They can get that stuff on the phone, like Morgan said. So, but let's not sponsor it. That's what I see this as soft sponsorship, and it's not appropriate. So, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Anyone else wishing to provide testimony on this item? Ms. McMillan, please come forward, state your name, spelling your last name, state your area of residence. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name's Summer McMillan, McMillan. I reside in Two Rivers. This is not why I came here tonight, and I'm going to maybe make some new friends, maybe not. I don't know. I do not in any way support censorship. I do not. I do not support banning of books. I do, however, support transparency. And as this policy is written, it is not transparent to the average Joe. It's not. I just simply told my daughter, because I did not have the time to comb through all the papers, find the policies, statutes, all of the stuff. I didn't have time to do it. I simply told my daughter, hey, don't use a school library. I'll take you to the library in town. We'll go through books together. It was an easy thing for me to do, but that was my choice. A lot of parents don't have that option. I do think, what was your name? Laura. I do think Miss Laura had a valid point when she said, I think it was something along the lines of, let's put these books, hey, these are the books that we have that may be deemed explicit, inappropriate, however legal needs to do the wording, and make it easy for the parents to opt out of those books. But yeah, I do want to reiterate, though, that I am in no way a supporter of censorship or banning books. So, okay, that's it. I just wanted to be short and sweet today. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any other audience members wishing to testify today? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Anything further from the board? Ms. Hull.
Thank you. I don't know where this comes in, and maybe I'm out of line, so get ready to point of order me. In the section that says it's talking about evaluation of instructional materials, it says instructional materials shall be age appropriate and suitable for the development level of students. Then in the district internet and technology, it says the superintendent or designee shall provide age appropriate instruction regarding digital citizenship and online safety. I'm wondering if it would be appropriate in this section to word in there age appropriate. And I don't know if any other board member would support that.
Ms. Carol Hubbard.
I would support adding age appropriate.
Ms. Julian.
I have a question. How would that be? So I know that we have library books in different libraries for that are reviewed, and they're put in our elementary school or middle school or high school. How, if we were to add the word age appropriate, how would that be implemented in practice?
Mr. Beam, is that something that you could speak to?
Our librarians, as said earlier by the board, go through training for this purpose. I would say, I'm trying to, I think the idea behind age appropriate might be interesting and worth a conversation. I also think that age appropriate is kind of like some of the other definitions that we've talked about today, is that might mean different things to different people. But I think it might be worth something. I would leave it up to the board and to Dr. Minor to see where we go with that.
Mr. Doran, Ms. Dillard.
Just a quick addition to that language. In the current administrative regulation, it does say materials shall be chosen to enrich and support the curriculum needs and the personal interests of students and faculty, taking into consideration students' grade level, socioeconomic backgrounds, content relevance and suitability, students' extracurricular interests, and individual reading needs.
Thank you, Ms. Dillard. Mr. Doran?
I think to the point, and in 6163.1, number 1, it references developmental levels of students, which effectively is age appropriate. So I think that in itself keeps it at the forefront and is in the very first one. And that's effectively what we already do. There are books that are only allowed in the high school and middle school, different ones, they are not in the elementary. So we are acting already, and practice has been very much in line with that age appropriate or developmental levels of students. So I think it is covered. But if somebody wanted to put age appropriate again, just because of age, I think the developmental is a much more important delineation because that ages of range. You could be a younger 14-year-old or an older 14-year-old. But I think it offers the same type of concept, and whether it was in there would certainly be an option. And while I am making comments, I do want to reiterate that we do not have pornographic books, materials in our libraries. Okay, there is a definition there. Okay, there may be people who, in terms of language, but I think it's really important to recognize that our staff and school libraries across the nation follow that. And the other thing that I would just say is we are focusing on libraries here, which is optional whether students use them or parents use them, and they're not being taught. These are, so I'll leave that there.
Ms. Carol Hubbard, and then we'll go to Ms. Julian.
Thank you. So I guess on the flavor then of what kind of where we're headed, if we have developmental levels of students or developmentally appropriate levels of students, I think the word appropriate needs to be in there. Somewhere it needs to say something about sexually explicit material, because that's the elephant in the room, is the sexually explicit material. We're not talking about books on suicide where we're teaching a kid how to take his own life. We're not talking about dental surgery where we're teaching a fourth grader how to do dental surgery on his best friend. We're talking about, we're being very, I guess we're sort of dancing around sexually explicit material. And so could we address that somehow, and could we have an opt-in for sexually explicit material? I liked the idea of somebody having, okay, here's a section of it. You want your child to be able to check out books from that? Fine. Even a Louis L'Amour book, in my opinion, is sexually explicit material. Anybody in the room ever read that? It seems so user-friendly. Like, it just seems like such a book. There's some stuff in there. And I had no idea, but anyway, I'm just saying that it doesn't, these don't have to be crazy books. The titillation is not okay. It's just not okay. Sexual titillation is not acceptable. This has got to be stuff for education, for school. And I'm just so that's, I don't know, that's where I'm standing.
Ms. Julian.
Yeah, I actually, so since charter schools were brought up and an assumption that people are pulling out of neighborhood schools because of this, most of our charter schools are K-8, which means that the material in our charter schools would actually be up to grade 8, where in an elementary school it would be 0, it would be grades pre-K to 5 age appropriate. Is that correct? Can you talk a little bit more about that, of how charter schools libraries work?
That is correct. Charter schools are K-8 as mentioned, and so there's generally a different section for middle school students that there may be books that are more appropriate for middle school students, developmentally appropriate books for them to check out. Generally, our charter schools do not have as large and robust libraries as our neighborhood schools do either, and so that's certainly kind of a part of the equation, I guess.
Go ahead, Ms. Julian.
Yeah, I have a follow-up. Can you talk a little bit about the, I think this would be a good point to talk a little bit about what library looks like in the elementary school, middle school, and also high school, their experience there. And I've had the privilege of visiting schools and seeing it, in action. But I want to know a little bit about how much time are they spending in the library? What is happening when they're in the library at those 3 different grade bands, and I think that would help.
Yeah, I can do that. So let's start with the high school. Generally, and first I want to say thank you to our librarians and librarian assistants. They are true professionals in the libraries, and at the high school level, they do a tremendous amount of support and research for our students. And so oftentimes teachers will bring their high school classes to the library to conduct specific research on a topic. Our librarians are experts in assisting with that research, and so a lot of times there's guided discovery in terms of what projects students might be researching, and then they're set forth to work on those projects guided by the librarian. The middle school is similar in that I would say it's slightly lighter research than the high school. All levels of our librarians are trying to instill a love of reading. And so that's certainly an aspect of all the ages, but at the middle school level, there is that research component, but that we're still really encouraging a love of reading and exploring literature kind of across grade bands. And then elementary, also kind of developing a love of reading. Lots of, I've sat in libraries and a lot of read alouds for our elementary students, and exposure to different great authors or different great genres within our elementary libraries.
Move to suspend
the rules.
Sorry.
Okay. Great minds are thinking alike.
Without objection, the rules are suspended so we can finish our business tonight. And for those listening public, all that means is we normally would adjourn at 9 p.m. So there's been a motion made to suspend those rules so that we can continue and get through the rest of our agenda. Thank you to Mr. Doran and Ms. Carol Hubbard for the motion/second. Appreciate it. Anything else from the board on this subject? Board policies. Mr. Doran.
I just wanted to say that I think in terms of that wording, sexually explicit is so broad and undefined. And I'm a great fan of Lee Lamore myself, but also of Steinbeck, who's been on lists over the years. The Bible, it's way across the board. For some reason, it went through my mind of 1950s time of hit, a great song at Christmas time. I saw Mama kissing Santa Claus under the Christmas tree. Well, by some definition, that might have been an inappropriate song. I really appreciated being brought back the memory of being in the library and be able to take a book and sit and read it. Because this is decades, and libraries are an opportunity to expose. We have, or there are books in the broader public library that we would not put in our school libraries. Our librarians make very judicious choices. And it's not an individual alone who does this. I've seen this process for many, many decades, where they're taking input and recommendations from different librarians and educational organizations across the nation, and reading through the books themselves, looking at things, taking when looking at the different recognitions that books get, et cetera, and authors. So I think it's a very thorough process. I do think this wording, really recognizing those various interests, abilities, and development levels of students, is very appropriate. Does cover our bases, and I also appreciate the commentary we received tonight, because it's been given. We have maybe some differences of opinion, but we're exchanging ideas, and that's really what this is all about: exchanging ideas and providing some of those same opportunities for our students, and especially a lot of the focus is on secondary students who are about to step out into the world as adults, and we've watched students present here, and they're really showing the thoughtfulness that students themselves do when they look at these experiences and materials in their own lives. So I'm very, very comfortable as we move on to pass these to pass them for first reading and on to second reading.
Ms. Hewitt.
Yeah, through the chair, I would just like to ask our members in the audience if they have a conversation to take it in the hallway, please.
Thank you. Anything further from the board? Mr. Wade.
I've kind of been acting as a fly on the wall for this conversation, but I don't think sexually explicit is the right word to necessarily describe it. Sexually explicit, defined, means a pictorial depiction or an actual or simulated sexual acts, including sexual intercourse. As my board members mentioned earlier, the story of Lot and his daughters in the Bible could be considered sexually explicit. While pornographic describes material such as movies, photographs, or writing that depicts sexual acts in an explicit way to cause sexual excitement or arousal. I don't think sexually explicit is the right word for it because it is so broad and it covers all topics of sexual intercourse, and even that includes sex ed, general health. Thank you.
Anything else from the board? Okay, seeing none, I believe we will need to take a vote on advancing this. So the motion on the table is to approve first reading, public hearing, and advancement to a second reading and vote of Article 6 instruction with those board policies that are in front of us. Ms. Richardson, will you please call the vote? And a reminder to the board, a yes vote will pass this on to second reading.
Mr. Wade,
Yes.
Colonel Campbell,
Yes.
Mr. Doran,
Yes.
Miss Hewitt,
Yes.
Miss Maple,
Yes.
Mrs. Hull,
No.
Miss Julian,
Yes.
Miss Carol Hubbard,
No.
Mr. Burgess.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried.
Right. Thank you to the administration and to Ms. Dillard. Board, I'm going to say let's take another 5-minute break. Let's be real quick with this one. Please be back at 9:14. We'll try to start precisely at that time. Thank you. All right, we'll call this meeting back to order. Board members, please return to the dais. We're moving on to our next agenda item under information and reports. We have a Safe and Civil Schools presentation. Assistant Superintendent Sarah Gillum will provide the presentation on Safe and Civil Schools. Ms. Gillum.
Thank you, President Burgess. Good evening, everyone. My name is Sarah Gillum, if you don't know me, and I serve as the Secondary Assistant Superintendent here. And I want to first acknowledge that while I am giving this presentation, this entire project has been extremely interdepartmental. So between myself, Ms. LaPlante, Mr. Beam from Teaching and Learning, Ms. Gray from Student Support Services, and Ms. Hall from Special Education, it's really been a team effort in terms of how we've been trying to strategically work to bring training to our educators and make sure that we're meeting the needs of our schools. So today I'll share with you the collaboration that we've been developing, but it's really a continued collaboration, who Safe and Civil Schools is as an organization, where we've been focusing our efforts within our system and through our strategic plan, and then also the professional development we've completed and our planning and how we're tracking that. Oh no, what's happening? Why isn't it working? There we go. Nope, went too far. Oh no, this is what happens at 9:17 p.m. Okay. Hope it gets ready. Okay. So first, talking about the organization of Safe and Civil Schools. So as a district, we've had a long partnership. I'm looking at Mr. Doran because I'm sure he recalls this with Safe and Civil Schools. I think it was in about 2007 that as a district, we worked with both Randy Sprick and Tricia Skiles on their Foundations program, which focuses on school level efforts. We've also done many different trainings around CHAMPS, which is an acronym, but refers to the classroom management plan that we've started working on again this year. And then we've seen it in different ways throughout our district through that time. The Safe and Civil Schools framework, though, is based on experience, flexibility, and sustainability. So in experience, it's rooted in data and research. As an organization, they are always conducting ongoing research to ensure they can reference the most impactful strategies for students. And they strive to really bring research to practice by developing user-friendly tools to ensure that the needs of every student are met. Flexibility, their tools are not one size fits all. They are focused on principles that you can manipulate and change to meet the individual needs of each school, classroom, educator, and student. Sustainability, even though it's been several years since we've officially trained staff, we have a lot of historical knowledge throughout our district in these principles. And part of our work this fall was also to continue to expand our experience and expertise as a district so we can provide ongoing professional development for all school staff. We've been discussing this year how if something is important enough, we should keep coming back to it year after year. And we believe the best schools are places where students are safe and feel supported and encouraged, and we want to continue to build the expertise of our educators to provide that. Let's keep our fingers crossed it works. Nope. Oh, why it's not working, you guys? Nope. Nope. Jasmine, why can't I click? Oh. Nothing is worse than watching someone struggle to try to do technology. Okay, give me 4 seconds here.
I think there is one thing worse, and that's being that person being watched.
Being the person as my ears feel so warm, like what is even happening? Okay, hold on. Why is this happening to me? Take 2. Okay. Okay, empowers educators. So as a mission, the mission of the school district that President Burgess shared tonight is as a district, as a community, we create supportive learning environments where all students thrive. And I want to emphasize the idea that Safe and Civil Schools believes in the power educators have to shape the lives of our future generations, which aligns with that district mission. School culture is built from the classroom out, and that creates the school's climate.
The focus of Safe and Civil Schools is really on how to empower educators with the tools and resources they need to foster a positive and supportive learning environment for all students to thrive. I also want to note that the strategies are proactive and data-driven. Specifically, their approach believes behavior is a problem to be solved and not a threat to be removed. I also appreciated Ms. Cotter's comment that she found that behavior is like a headache and we have to treat it as it presents itself. So our educators are the most important variable in shaping that behavior, and their strategies are grounded in research, but also encourage data collection and analysis to guide individual teacher practices. The STOIC acronym, which you all have books in front of you now, and they talk more about the STOIC acronym on page 8 in the CHAMPS book, but I also gave you a handout, are the variables for behavior change. So it's when Ms. Giles did the trainings for our teachers, she encouraged them to even cross out CHAMPS on the front of their books and to write STOIC on it, because STOIC is the acronym we can use to remember the variables that we can change in order to try and change student behavior. So the S stands for structure, regarding how to organize your classroom to prompt responsible behavior. The way a setting is structured has a huge impact on the behavior and attitude of people in that setting. I'm currently teaching a class for educators on these two texts, and we discussed the example of Disney World or Disneyland, which I think we can all agree is a setting that is highly structured for the benefit of all visitors. T is for teach. You're encouraged to teach your expectations regarding how students should behave responsibly or to be successful within the structures that you have created. Sports coaches provide a great example of teaching behavior and reteaching as needed to help each individual achieve their full potential. The O stands for observe or monitor. Whether students are meeting expectations, in the short run, this might mean to be circulating and visually scanning your classroom, but in the long run, this means collecting and analyzing meaningful data on student progress or the effectiveness of your structure for expectations. This work is grounded in research, and it supports staff to be collecting data or doing their own action research in their own classrooms to inform their practice as well. The I stands for interact positively with students. This is one of the most impactful tools in our toolboxes. Providing frequent non-contingent attention helps build relationships, and then also offering frequent positive and specific feedback to acknowledge students' efforts to be successful, which is what we would refer to as contingent attention, all helps improve student motivation through those positive relationships. Behavior that is repeated is motivated, and so this is definitely a variable that we can use as an educator to might think of how we could use that to our advantage. The C is for correct misbehavior fluently. That means how can you briefly, calmly, consistently, and immediately, and as much as possibly privately correct student misbehavior. Next, I just want to briefly mention a multi-tiered system of supports, MTSS. It is one of our acronyms that we love in education that you might see in different ways. The pyramid on the right is the Safe and Civil Schools pyramid of resources and levels of supports that they offer within their organization, focusing on school-wide interventions, classroom interventions, and individual interventions. On the right, last year as a district, we looked at this inverted pyramid, or on the left as a way to think about how we provide supports and interventions for our students. I think of it like a coffee filter, but I think at Safe and Civil Schools, they described it like a flaky biscuit that has many different layers of supports that students may travel through as they're impacted in Tier 1, which impacts all students, Tier 2, which will impact some students, and Tier 3, which typically only impacts a few students. Last year as a district, we had all schools create a student support team process, which provides a specific way for any school staff to refer students for additional supports that might not be met at the Tier 1 level. Next, when thinking about classroom level supports, our first topic to dive deeper into was classroom management. We heard a request to focus on classroom management from all levels of stakeholder groups, including all 3 of our union groups. There was a need that was identified across the district to support effective classroom management strategies. When considering the impact of this collaboration, it really seeks to develop the educator's ability to assess and make changes to their classroom management plans in order to support students to thrive. It was also important to us to start at the tier 1 level where all students would be impacted by the training. And we wanted to look at this as a system-wide approach where if we are all using the same terms and considering the same factors, it's more sustainable for us to support educators when they need it. I wanted to connect this work that we've been doing also to the strategic plan. Earlier, we saw how the district's mission connects to this work, but considering the larger strategic plan, these efforts are really focused on pillars 1 and 4, but more specifically when considering the statements of we will know we are successful if, and in pillar 1, educators consistently foster a culture of high expectations and growth within their classrooms and learning environments, and educators and staff receive professional learning designed to enhance their efficacy. In pillar 4, we will know we are successful if professional learning for staff is engaging and meaningful, and educators feel empowered to implement best practices in their classrooms and learning environments. Next, I want to talk about the professional development that we've offered so far. So first, the first professional development we did was on the text Coaching Champs. That was presented by Tricia Skiles and included building administrators, all of our instructional coaches, including at our Title I schools, teaching and learning staff, and also not on here, but we also had special education directors who were a part of that. We really wanted to focus our efforts to be more effective in our coaching and then also in how we're using the same resources and tools to support teachers and students. We wanted to build that sustainability in our own staff and build our own knowledge base in both effective coaching and specifically around classroom management. Coaching truly can help make any training more of a reality in the classroom when someone else can sit beside educators and support them in implementation. It's also focused on a positive and supportive coaching process that includes planning, observation, and feedback to refine the tools that teachers are learning and using in their classes. This fall, then, we continued our professional development. August 13th and 14th, all of our high school certified educators and building administrators were trained on the discipline in the secondary classroom text. And then on September 25th and 26th, all of our middle school certified educators and building administrators were trained on the CHAMPS text. The main points of this classroom management approach and the subtitle of the CHAMPS text are a proactive and positive approach to classroom management. I just want to stress the importance of those 2 points. As educators, we know or acknowledge that every instructional decision also has behavioral decisions that come along with it. I want to do this activity. How will I make my academic and behavioral expectations clear to students so they know what I'm looking for? And the I in STOIC, those positive interactions, are such a powerful and often underused tool in supporting students. This is an area we started focusing on last year and will continue to support for all of our educators and schools. I also want to note that while it's 2 different texts, Safe and Civil Schools has worked to make the table of contents exactly the same. Chapter 7, Task 3 is the same in each book. The research reference, or in all of those chapters and tasks, the research referenced is the same, and the tools employ the same principles. The examples in discipline in the secondary classroom are more high school focused, as that is the 9 through 12 text. So we use that for our high school educators, and then CHAMPS is the K-8 text and has ideas that span those grade levels. The acronym CHAMPS, you might be wondering, what does that stand for? Represents the categories of expectations that teachers need to clarify for students about every major classroom activity and transition. So it's the structure and teach aspects of STOIC. As educators, we know students will be more successful if they know exactly, as adults too, we are more successful if we know exactly what is expected of us, and those expectations shouldn't be a secret. So this is one way that you can explicitly teach those with students. The C stands for conversation. Can students talk to each other? The H for help. How do students get questions answered? The A for activity. What is the task or objective? What is the end product? The M for movement. Can students move about? P for participation. What does expected behavior look like and sound like? How do students show they are fully participating? And the S stands for success. If students follow CHAMPS expectations, they will be successful. Discipline in the secondary classroom also refers to the CHAMPS acronym as well as the ACHIEVE acronym: activity, conversation, help, integrity, effort, value, and efficiency. I also want to acknowledge that these are some examples, but again, the professional development in the text really encourages teachers to use what works for them, what works for your personality as a teacher, what works for you in your classroom. The text is a resource so that if you do find something that you may want to improve on or may not be going exactly as you'd like, it's a resource where you can look to increase student engagement, address student motivation. They're there to help you in the process. Overall, in these 5 days, we trained 395 staff in classroom management strategies. Also this fall, on September 25th and 26th, we offered 4 half-day sessions on the text ParaPro supporting the instructional process. The presenter was Jeremy Resnick, who's one of the authors of the book. And because it's part of the Safe and Civil Schools library, it integrates with the other resources we have from them to really create that consistent approach to working with students in a positive and a proactive way. The topics in the book and that were shared at the training were around supporting supervising common areas, working with small groups, supervising students doing independent work, and also working with individual students. The training also focused on responding to students through de-escalation strategies and how do we strive to solve problems with students. Again, it comes back to that principle of behavior is a problem to be solved and not a threat to be removed. As you can see, this training was presented to different groups, instructional support staff, all of our special education support staff, also our library assistants and associates, our tutors, our prevention intervention specialists, student safety behavior technicians, and safety assistants. And all of that was tailored into different sessions based upon the group that was in there, so the presenter could tailor his message to the type of paraprofessional or support staff that was in the room. Overall, approximately 250 staff were trained in that text over those 2 days. Next fall, looking ahead, over the course of August and September, we will work to have all of our elementary school certified and building administrators trained in the text, in the CHAMPS text. That will be about 350 staff. We'll also ensure that we're training all new secondary educators, and we'll offer some follow-up and refresher training for secondary educators. Again, remembering that if something is important to us, we want to keep coming back to it every year. Lastly, I just wanted to talk about the idea of coming back to it year after year and making sure that we're tailoring our supports to meet the needs of what our educators and schools have identified. We've been working to start doing some district data collection so that we can see both visible success in our classrooms and also tailor that professional development. So we're working on collecting data regarding up here student behavior. Are students actively engaged in the lessons? Are the expectations clearly identified? Are students complying with your posted expectations? And then also students' connection with the instruction. So looking at opportunities to respond in a class, the percentage of correct or appropriate academic responses, and then teaching and learning has also been supporting training staff and other engaging instructional strategies. And so we would look to see if we can observe those in the classroom as well. One thing that we've focused on or been discussing and reflecting on is what are other professional development resources that we can provide. And again, the goal of this data collection is to collect trend data that determines our collective needs of schools and the district for additional support, which is part of our continuous cycle of improvement as well. And that's all.
Thank you, Ms. Gillum. Bring it to the board. Any comments or questions from the board? Mr. Doran.
I don't want to disappoint. But I also want to say thank you for recognizing at the beginning of your commentary and presentation my old age, my experience. But I did want to make some observations of this based on that, because actually I was using Randy Sprick's materials in the late 80s and through the 90s. They had great materials for playground supervision. I used it with our recess aides at Denali at the time and supervisors. They also had a great program for bus drivers, which I was able to suggest in the 90s to the district. And because at that time they had professional development days for the bus drivers. I don't know the still do that as such, but at that time they did. In any way, case, they used his materials for that. And then was part of the first adoption in full training across elementary schools for the champs, going down to their headquarters in Eugene. Most the principals at that time had a chance to go, as well as then doing it for staff. So when it was presented at the beginning of this year, and I've shared with Dr. Minert, to hear the keynote and then to go into the training session, and I did a follow-up with the middle school, spent a little bit of time during their training later in September. It was so impressive to watch the continuity and looking at K-12, because CHAMPS, in its initial thing, is K-12, and then to see its development and expression under current materials. The piece that I really want to emphasize there is, and because it also came up references earlier this evening about discipline. And we often stereotypically think of discipline as you did something wrong, there is a consequence. That is not discipline. Discipline is a way we conduct our life, how we work together, how we treat others. And what's really impactful about CHAMPS, is that it really helps to establish that welcoming, positive, productive learning environment. And I'm really glad to see this refreshed within the district, and appreciate the district leadership to do that, because I think it is significant, and it's also very adaptable. It's not prescriptive. It's adaptable within for unique school communities to meet their needs, but also to give them a little bit of a focus. What are they? I love the and I watch schools come up with their own little sayings, and banners have gone up over the years, et cetera, to promote what do we stand for, what do we hope to be as a school community, students, educators, parents, et cetera. The question that I have with it is, and I know it's in the beginning, but we had this training, and I understand very well the elementary refresher, and for some new, we have a lot of new teachers, educators, and that it's across the board, support staff, as well as teachers. And with that, I want to say that as a docent at the museum with school tours over the last 11 years or so, it is impressive to watch students and groups of classes come to the museum, and they know some of the signals. They have taught, teachers have taught us, students have taught us, okay? You know, when you talk about conversation, they talk about level, voice level within that. And they know what a level 1 voice is, and they have that commonality, and we've seen that across classes. And we have, as docents, have learned how to use that. So it has ramifications. But could you talk just a little bit, particularly, let's say, at the high school level, because they were the first group to get it in August. In the first quarter, what are some of the implementations that you've seen or had reported? And I know you've visited schools on a regular basis, but if you could just say, how have they implemented some of that? Just a couple of examples.
Yeah, I would, if that's okay. Yeah, I would thanks for the question, Mr. Doran, because that certainly is something that's really important to us, is how are we able to, as a district, go monitor implementation, because it truly is about supporting staff of what do we need to do, what's our next best step. So I would say in my observations at high schools and in talking with principals, I've certainly seen Achieve posters and CHAMPS posters in classrooms where teachers have been thinking about what the expectations are and setting those for students. I've also seen attention signals in classrooms in terms of having that really structured and specific way of how do you gain students' attention when they're coming back from an activity. I also am teaching a class right now, just a 1-credit UAA class for people who are interested in learning more and kind of diving deeper. And so that's been really interesting because I just had a conversation Monday night, which is just yesterday now, actually, regarding goal setting and how they were using the work in the book to speak to student motivation, the topic of apathy, when I asked, what are the biggest issues that you see in your classroom in terms of students, a lack of motivation, apathy, not turning assignments. And so our session this week was all about motivation and different ways that really within that eye of Stoic, of the interact positively, how do you use that in terms of student motivation and impacting students in that way in your class? So yeah, I think we're right in the beginning and are continuing to move forward.
Can I just do one quick follow-up? Just
Mr. Doran?
again, one of the best times I enjoy when I visit schools, I get into classrooms, but I love standing in the hallway, and especially at secondary as they're changing classes. And I just want to say I've watched the calm and positiveness that happens in those interactions, students to students, staff to students. But that's a very telltale sign of a healthy school, and I just want to say that it's not that it's champs; it's how people are, our staff and students are working to get along and to build a community. So, thank you.
Ms. Maple?
I have a kid that doesn't like to turn things in, even when she does the work. And as you were describing that process, I was hearing the process that I've just watched play out at Ryan with her English teacher, where not turning things in was going to result in a bad grade. And so instead of there being a call home or whatever, jumping to she must not be doing the work, there was an invitation to hang out after school and stay in the classroom with some peers. And lo and behold, she has an A now. But it's really cool to hear you describe it from the other side, because we just got to see that take place, and it was really, really impressive. And we appreciate it. So thanks for all of the work you're doing.
Ms. Doolin?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to ask through the chair to administration and I'll share an observation I had when Ms. Carol Hubbard and I recently were touring some schools. We met with the principal at North Pole Middle, and what was really interesting was the principal shared that there's a room that students can go to before there's a behavior issue. So to kind of take a time to reset. And the principal said something to me that really resonated with what we've heard here tonight, which is there's no point in waiting until there's a situation and then just disciplining, although that happens. But he said our job as educators is to help teach students how to, even in a sense, like self-monitor and make good choices, because that's what we're all about as a school district. And so I'm wondering if what we saw in practice in North Pole, and I'm sorry because I'm sharing an experience that I had, but I think that it's something that's consistently been done there this year. If that's kind of similar to what we've seen here tonight with the CHAMPS proactive and positive approach to classroom management.
Yes, Ms. Julian, I would say that might not be something specific to this, because I would think much of what's in the CHAMPS and discipline in the secondary classroom texts are more classroom specific versus, what administrator might do. But I think it speaks directly to, I as an administrator always said that we know kids are going to make mistakes. We expect kids are going to make mistakes. That's part of what school is and learning. And my goal is to help you learn from those mistakes, because what I don't want to see is you continuing to repeat the same mistakes over and over again. So I think, just as schools, our goals are how we're supporting students academically, it is also how we're supporting students behaviorally, how we're supporting students to be more reflective, to have the ability to pause as I know that you hear from students when you're working through readmittance from discipline too. I think that that's part of the process, is the learning of how do I learn how to self-regulate in a way that I can keep myself from getting into trouble and be an advocate for myself, which I think is also the biggest part of that. How do I advocate for what I need, both as a student and as a person?
I have a couple of questions, and I want to join the rest of the board in thanking you for bringing this information to us and for implementing this in our schools as well. But I am curious, and forgive me if you said this earlier and I already forgot. But when we talk about the professional development and the audience, you've included, for example, elementary or secondary certified educators. When we talk about certified educators, does that include school counselors?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, thank you. And in that professional development, or anywhere else, are there clear procedures outlined for collecting the data? And if someone felt that they needed a refresher on that, how would they go about getting that?
Believe it's chapter 10, which is the chapter, I'd have to double check, but I think it's chapter 10 that's about the continuous cycle of improvement. And I would say if they need support on that, there's certainly coaches, instructional coaches in teaching and learning that have been a part of this, the Coaching Champs training, and have the resources and have been a part of kind of talking with the team in teaching and learning and with me, and how can we support this implementation. They could also certainly reach out to their principals if they've received the training already, or even if they haven't. I'm sure principals also got the book and received the Coaching Champs book, so that would be another resource for them to reach out to get a refresher.
Okay, thank you. And I'll allow myself one follow-up. When we again on the data collection piece, and hopefully this is the right time to ask us. If this is a little farther afield, just let me know and we can come back to this topic at a different time. But I'm interested when we're talking about collecting data. Are we getting? Is this data collection? Does it include things like mental health and self-harm behaviors, and that kind of thing? Because I've heard of some challenges at some of our schools. So I'm wondering if that data collection would include those types of statements or behaviors from students.
Can I ask a follow-up question just for clarity?
Of course.
Are you referring to the data collection that I referenced that we're looking to do from a district level, or from the Champs text itself?
I guess either or. I was looking at the district data collection in particular on this slide.
So this data collection specifically, what it looks like in classes, and certainly any of you would be welcome to come engage in it with me if you ever want to, is a short visit in a class where we're collecting really, or I'm attempting to correct really numerical data. For the data that I'm collecting, there's no teacher name associated. It's not evaluative. Again, we're just looking for trend data. So that data is really focused specifically on these two areas. Are students engaged? Are they complying with expectations? And then also, what is their connection to the instruction? Are there opportunities to respond? So data relating to students' mental health wouldn't be a part of that, and wouldn't be something that I would be able to observe in a short time in the classroom.
Okay, thank you. And I guess as a follow-up to that, I am interested in hearing more about how we do gather data on those sorts of trends as well, perhaps for another time. Anything else from the board? Anything further from administration? All right. Thank you, Ms. Gillum.
Welcome.
And that brings us to our final agenda item, board and superintendent comments. So these will be our closing remarks for the evening. We'll start with advisory members. Mr. Wade, any closing comments tonight?
Yeah, I've been thinking a lot in the past about hour about education and how I've seen benefit. And I'll quote a quote that I kept coming back to from John Keating, actually, Robin Williams. We don't read and write poetry because it's cute. We read and write poetry because we are members of the human race. And the human race is filled with passion. And medicine, law, business, engineering, these are noble pursuits and necessary to sustain life. But poetry, beauty, romance, love, these are what we stay alive for. I think in this quote, literature can be easily substituted in, because I think literature is a form of poetry, really at its bare root. In my 8th grade year, I read a book about 2 social classes who engage in a physical and civil conflict. And at the end of the book, several teenagers are ended up dead. That book is The Outsiders. In my 9th grade year, I read a book where a group of boys descend into savagery and dozens end up dead. One struck in the head, falls off a cliff, dies. That book is Lord of the Flies. In 10th grade, I read a book about a underage boy, a teenager, who gets kicked out of a preparatory school because of a mental breakdown in his behavior. He spends the book trying to get home over Christmas break, trying to figure out how he's going to explain to his parents that he got kicked out of the preparatory school. While he's trying to get home, he goes through a mental breakdown, ends up hallucinating his dead brother, hires a prostitute who he doesn't have sex with because he just wants to feel affection and feels so nervous and doubtful about it. This book is Catcher in the Rye. All 3 of these books, I think, are an amazing example of a social commentary. They're examples of how we can take books that might seem explicit or violent or have themes that might, what's the word for it? Might disturb us, but with proper interpretation and understanding and guidance and interpretation of the text that we are reading, we can carry out the themes and understand what the book is truly saying. The Outsiders, for example, I think is a social commentary on how social and economic disparities can cause hurt in communities and foster unnecessary harm. Lord of the Flies is a commentary on how the human race can descend into savagery when we have no goals, we have no morals, we are working in a society without bounds. And The Catcher in the Rye is a commentary on how unhelped youth in a situation where they're vulnerable end up becoming worse. I read all these books before I turned the age of 16. And I was, in between commentary, I was looking back on essays I wrote on them and trying to read over them and understand what I got from them. And I'm reading over these essays and I'm thinking, they really helped me understand the world from a point of view that I don't have. I've never been stranded on an island with a bunch of other boys who kill and capture pigs for their own eating. I have never been kicked out of a preparatory school and forced to find my own way home over Christmas break. I've never been a soc or a greaser trying to figure out my way on the streets or make a title for myself. But they helped me understand the perspectives of those who have. They helped me understand a society and a social concept that without those books would have been harder to understand. For obvious reasons, The Lord of the Flies is a exaggerated novel. It is exaggerated in its nature, it's exaggerated in what it projects, but I think it is understandably useful. In my class, when we went through it, each of us got into groups, and we made up our own social rules for our own island. What would be allowed, what wouldn't be allowed. And despite it being a serious topic, instantly you're going to see jokes like, oh, you're not allowed to do this because of this hilarious idea. But I think it really shows how quickly, when we are given those freedoms, we descend into that. And it's an amazing activity that if I were to ever read Lord of the Flies to my kid, or knew that my kid was going through Lord of the Flies, I would ask them, like, if you had your own island, what are the silly, goofy rules that you would put into place, and how can those quickly descend into savagery? Because I think it is an amazing commentary on how quickly we can descend. And I wouldn't be able to understand that without the education of my high school teachers and the guidance of my parents and the help of my peers in those ideas and those ideologies. So those are just 3 books that I've read throughout my time. I've obviously had the privilege of being able to work in those scenarios where I understand, and I've had the facilitate conversations with my peers and with my teachers and with my parents that I understand some might not have in these realities. But I encourage all who do read these books to understand that they're social commentaries. And I will speak to the positive. If there is no social commentary aspect to it, it shouldn't be in our school libraries. But that's all I have for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wade. Now we'll go to Ms. Hewitt. Any closing comments tonight?
No.
Perfectly fine. Thank you. Mr. Dorn.
Well, I just really want to thank Mr. Wade for his comments. And it dovetails with one of the things I was going to come back to, because it complements the Safe and Civil Schools presentation or conversation earlier, and our reports from the conference, that we talked about the generation and particularly Gen Z and Alpha. They want to make a difference in the world. And interestingly, as we referenced some of the posters that in the student conversations at the roundtables, several students from different parts of the state, one of the things they came to is they weren't concerned about their themselves as much at the school. They were concerned, and they looked at the school climate survey, and they found referenced approximately 20 to 30% of when they looked at their school results, 20 to 30% did not seem engaged. They had high absences, they had issues, they weren't involved in other activities, the extracurriculars or the intercurriculars. That's what they were concerned about. And then as we looked at the posters, and I particularly am focusing on the one that Mr. Wade and the student from Anchorage, they combined on their thing, and one of the topic areas, we want youth in our community too. And in the area of thinking, they said to think for others, not for self. That recognizing that they are a part of something bigger than themselves. And I think, Mr. Wade, you just really spoke to that, and really, really appreciate that. And it's not only tremendous reflection on you, but the broader perspective that you bring to our table. So thank you for that. Very well said. Very well said. And I think it's extremely important. I can reference books, and I did earlier, and authors and stuff like this. But most importantly, you have that currency of experience. So that's what's important for us to hear. The last thing because I just found out earlier today, I know I've mentioned here for a resource for school board members that I participated in School Board Partners, a fellowship program, as part of their cohort this current year. And I just found out that they're extending their cohort time. They're still looking for open to have people apply. And so if you're interested, it's a year-long fellowship with webinars with about 70 board members from around the country. You get an opportunity to get coaching, get a mentorship. But I found it very, very valuable. And so if you're interested, let me know and I can get you in touch. But it's School Board Partners if you just want to Google it and take a look at what they've got.
Thank you, Mr. Doran. We'll go to Ms. Carol Hubbard next.
Thank you. I'm glad you all had a great time at the AASB. I'm sorry I missed it, but I had a lot of fun with my sons. So I was in the sunshine. Well, kind of. But anyway, I want to clarify proper procedure because I like things like that. Because I didn't know that in 1985, the 99th Congress passed a revised flag code, which states that there are 2 times when you place your hand over your heart. The first is when the national anthem is either sung or played, and the second is when the Pledge of Allegiance is recited. I didn't know that. In 1985, I was already out of school, so I don't remember ever doing that for the national anthem. We always just stood kind of with your hands folded and respected the song. And as I was looking around, everybody was doing something different. And I thought, I'm curious. So I Googled it, and that's what I found. So for all of those inquiring minds who want to know, congratulations again, Dr. Meinert, on your award, being chosen as one of the top 10 superintendents in the nation. I know that we're all very happy for you, and I'm really happy that we get the privilege to work with you. So thank you very much. And also congratulations to the board. I didn't get to celebrate with you all, but congratulations to everyone for being named the Board of the Year. And to past President Burnett, we owe you a huge thanks and an honor. You navigated the board through tumultuous times and had great success in creating an atmosphere of confidence and support for all students and staff and the community. And it was an honor and a pleasure to serve with both you and Mrs. Hardy and with all the board members. And so I am looking forward to another year, and maybe we can do it again. We have created a climate, we have created a culture of confidence and unity in our education system. And we have turned our focus on student outcomes, which I love that's really where our focus is. And so I'm grateful for that. And we're really honing in on what we can do best to support students and improve academic outcomes, and it's working. So I hope we can continue more of the same. I have been glad to hear more support about the cell phone policy that we passed last school year. And as I suspected, many wished that we would have gone the distance and passed a bell-to-bell ban, but we did not. So maybe we can revisit this in the future. But I do agree with the bell-to-bell ban. And as an employer, I do understand just how detrimental cell phones are to productivity, no matter how young or how old you are, because it's all in the design. This thing is designed to get you hooked. So that's all I have to say about that. I would like to possibly revisit start times this year. I know we've had a lot of emails about the start times of school, and I know kids are having to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning. Having just got home last night at 3:30 in the morning and trying to get up and go to work today. Ugh. But I sat in the airport for almost 12 hours, so there's that. But anyway, I'm curious to know if we can have some discussion about start times and possibly get kids not on a bus at 6 a.m. and, having those kind of days. I also want to remind the community that the Fairbanks North Star Borough Regional Comprehensive Plan is underway, which is a guiding document to shape our community over the next 20 years. I did serve on Planning Commission before I served here, and so it's just of great interest to me, but I think that the community, it's a great interest to the community as well. And I would like to encourage people to please get involved and offer your ideas for land use, infrastructure, community development, so that the borough thrives. It's essential that this plan does truly reflect the needs, values, and vision of our entire community. I'd like to remind the schools once again to submit their Purple Star applications. Did I say that right? Purple Star applications, yeah. And finally, A thank you to the APC from Two Rivers for their hard work, their diligence, their dedication, and their commitment to wanting to create a program of educational excellence. I believe the information provided by the administration was thorough and should be beneficial in meeting all of the requirements that you need. So we're eager to hear back once you have all the things in order. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carol Hubbard. We'll go to Ms. Hull.
Thanks. I'll be brief. I just wanted to thank the North Pole Middle School. They had a Veterans Day assembly, and there were performances from their choir, their orchestra, their band, and even their cheer team. I got to hear from students, staff, and even guest speakers. It was very well done. And I just wanted to remind the community that board members can attend school activities when invited or when an event is open to the public. So if any group or school would like a board member present, please feel free to send an invitation through the school district office, and maybe one of us would be able to attend. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hull. Ms. Julian.
Thank you. I first want to acknowledge the Two Rivers Charter APC, their work and their trust in us in working together on addressing the application gaps and resubmitting an updated charter, at least their intent to resubmit. They've put their trust in us and have shown through their actions that their priorities are making sure that their school plan is going to meet the needs of their students, educators, and also follow statute. So I thank them and appreciate their testimony tonight. And then also to quote testimony tonight, I'm also against censorship in book bans, and I'm also for transparency. School boards that enter into book censorship conversations oftentimes find themselves on a slippery slope that leads to a major administrative strain, hours of time in the boardroom, and ends in costly and time-intensive litigation. We saw this with the Mat-Su School Board, which in 2020 started down this path and ended in a court order in 2024 and a lawsuit. I want to state that where our students are being exposed to sexually explicit material is online. It is absolutely shocking how you may think that you've approved a teacher-approved app on your kid's tablet, and there's ads on that app or open chat on that app, and your child is being targeted. This is happening to elementary school-aged children. As Ms. Carol Hubbard said, these devices are addictive. That is the fire. The little bit of smoke that we saw here tonight is just that. I, as a board member, have seen other boards go down this road, and it takes all the oxygen out of the room. I'm not saying it's not important. Now, to the board commentary, I'm for transparency, or I'm sorry, the testimony. We have an administrative regulation 921.4 library media materials section. At the bottom of that administrative regulation, which is incredibly robust, reconsideration of library materials, despite the careful selection of library materials and services, enrolled students, their parents, guardians, or district staff may question the suitability of a particular resource. We have a very robust system. The comment about transparency rang true to me. Is there a need for us as a board or as a district to make people more aware of that policy? I'm sorry, that administrative regulation. Is there a need to elevate it to a policy? That's a conversation I'm willing to have. However, I am not in any way going to go down the path of reviewing materials at this board. I'm not going to be in support of that. we have been put in this place, and we are spending valuable public money to do very specific things to increase the educational opportunities for all students. And that, when I think about the world of technology, the fire of our children being exposed to sexually explicit material is on electronic devices. It is not in our library. Time is a valuable resource. Time is money. And I hope to spend my time on this board working on items that will drive the biggest rewards for the most students. The things I hope to address include addressing start times that align with scientifically proven data to support our students, to expand career and technical education opportunities for more students, to integrate Alaska Native knowledge and engage elders in more of our curriculum, to increase math competency and proficiency so our students have the necessary skills to enter apprenticeships in the trades and go to college, to help educators navigate AI, to address the rising costs of health insurance for our employees, to help retain and attract educators, to make sure that no student goes hungry and all parents and guardians have access to the programs to support their students. That's what I'm here for, and that's what I'd like to spend my time on.
Thank you, Ms. Julian. Ms. Maple.
Liam stole my my reference. I was going to talk about the first book that got me to like reading and describe it. It's Catcher in the Rye, as corny as it is. I know so many people's that's the book, but it's the first book that sophomore of high school, I went back to my teacher who was a doctor of English teaching high school English and asked Dr. Newton to recommend another book to me. And he recommended Confederacy of Dunces. And then I never stopped reading. And that book is one of the most commonly banned books. Not Confederacy of Dunces, Catcher in the Rye. Anyways, thank you for doing that because mine would have been less eloquent and more long-winded. Tomorrow is National Education Support Professionals Day. So in less than 2 hours, start celebrating your custodians and nutrition services and bus drivers and paraprofessionals and maintenance staff and secretaries and library assistants and safety assistants. And I haven't said everybody, but they're the people that keep all of our buildings running. And tomorrow is a day to say an extra thank you or bring a coffee or a coffee card, or it's a little late in the day to be suggesting you do that. So wake up earlier tomorrow. Okay, that's all.
Thank you, Ms. Maple. And I got everyone, right? Okay. And I did want to bring it to the board's attention. I probably should have mentioned this earlier, but I know our last two board presidents had a practice of basically starting from one end of the dais and calling on people in that order at every meeting. I kind of want to change it up, give people a chance to speak in a different order. So that's the change in practice that I'm doing here. If anyone was surprised by that, I apologize. But that is the practice that I intend to maintain moving forward. I won't. It's unlikely I'll formally randomize the selection. It's more haphazard, but I'm also willing to take feedback on that if anyone has any thoughts on changing that practice for these closing comments. I appreciate Ms. Julian's statement that time is a valuable resource. And I do want to acknowledge that there's been community interest in looking at the start times in this district. I think that is something that I am also interested in exploring at some point in time. And I want to remind the board that if we ask the administration to do something like that, it means they're not doing something else. So we do have to think about our priorities as a whole. When we have agenda setting meetings between the superintendent and myself, these are the kinds of things that we discuss. And if anybody's interested in maybe attending one of those agenda setting meetings, we can. Currently, Ms. Maple and myself, as president and vice president, irrespectively, we attend those meetings with Dr. Meinert, and we can bring in a third member. I've actually intend to do so. So we'll rotate through members so that everyone can get an idea of what goes on in those agenda setting meetings and the long-term goals that we have, as well as providing their opinion on their priorities and if they agree with those priorities and goals. I also want to note other school districts. Anchorage did adjust their start times fairly recently. And my understanding is that was a multi-year process for them, where they really did a lot of research and got a lot of community feedback, because it is a big lift for our administration as well as a big shift for our community. So I think it's important that we take approaches like that as a community and make sure we give adequate time to consider all perspectives within the community. But I have heard you on that desire to discuss start times, and so has Dr. Meinert. And finally, just going off of Ms. Maple's comments, happy Education Support Staff Day tomorrow. Because she already spoke to it, I don't need to go any further, but I do want to acknowledge that our support staff are incredibly valuable and really essential to district operations, and we appreciate every single one of you. So thank you. And with that, I will conclude my comments, and I will take a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Without objection, we are adjourned. Thank you, Board.